Check, check, test, test.
Courage I possess through the drama. H is for the hurt, but it's all for the honor. A is for my attitude, working through the patience. Money comes and goes, the M is for motivation. Gotta stay consistent, the P is to persevere. The I is for integrity, innovative career. The O is optimistic, open and never shut. And the N is necessary, cause I'm never giving up. See, they ask me how I did it, I just did it from the heart. Crushing the competition, been doing it from the start. They say that every champion is all about his principles. Carry.
I love it so much when dogs are excited to see me.
Throughout the years, our dog Piper was consistently scheduled with Yvonne, and they bonded deeply.
She gives Madison a sense of comfort when I'm not around.
I did not realize my dog was ill, and her stylist Paige caught the signs and took her to the in-store vet. She's now receiving treatment thanks to Paige.
In Piper's older years, Yvonne catered her grooming around more rest breaks because she couldn't hold the position for as long.
It makes me feel good about what I do. It's nice to hear that you're appreciated.
It's very, very, I'm sorry. It's just really nice to hear that they cared about how much I cared for her.
Like, I'm blushing now.
There's a lot of understanding going into the dog's temperament, adjusting my skill set so they're always comfortable.
I've learned to tell if they're anxious or upset, just when something's not right.
They're trusting me with the care of a family member.
I treat them like if they were my family, if it was my dog.
I love grooming.
Stay up on that rise, stay up on that rise.
they stay there, and they say yeah.
All right, and welcome to 2024 Media Day, presented by Four Quarters Online and sponsored by Data Set Ready here at the the Donner Tucker Center. It's going to take me a minute to get used to saying that. I'm a native Tallahassean, so I'm used to saying Leon County Civic Center. But we're glad to be putting this event on. This is our 15th year. Just to be able to watch the high school football community grow is really just it's just been a pleasure. Watching the number of athletes that this area produces is really second to none across the state, and we're definitely glad to be a part of the landscape that's been growing. Joining us now on the panel, and first up for today are the Leon Lions and their new head coach, Coach Mosley. Coach, I'm going to allow you to have 2 minutes to be able to talk to us about the Leon Lions program, its direction, and any new goals that you all may have, and then introduce your players as well. And then we'll open it up to the media for questioning.
All right, happy to be here. We got my man Ben Bird, offensive lineman. We got Jeremiah Daniels, receiver / DB. We got Tristan Thompson, defensive lineman / linebacker / tight end. We got Mason Two-Tier, Mr. Do It Everything, linebacker, safety, receiver, whatever we need. We got our fearless captain. We got Kemp Peoples up here. And we got Brent Rucker, safety / linebacker / running back. We got 6 seniors up here. They've been working very hard. Been building towards a great senior season, and we definitely look forward to it. What we've been building all summer, only time success comes before work is in the dictionary. So we're just hanging our hat on, working hard, really building something, and looking forward to this season. One key we've been focusing on all summer, you got a list of opponents for the season. But what we're focusing on, what does it mean to play us? When we're on your schedule, what does that mean? So it's defined by work we do day and day, in the film room, on the board, everything we do, hard work, and just trusting the process and enjoying it.
Coach, Ryan Kelly with WCTV here. First off, congratulations. And second off, obviously, Leon is a program that seems to be trending in the right direction. This is your first year as head coach. How have you seen the guys work throughout this summer, alluding to what you were talking about, and want to grow, want to continue, and want to get Big Red going even further in the right direction?
Well, we call it stacking days. So had a good off season. Been working very, very hard, working together, learning teamwork. We've seen colleges. We've also did some 7-on-7s, did a lot of competition. And let's say stack days. You have a good day. We don't want a bad day the next day. We want to have consecutive good days, consecutive good weeks. So we call it stacking. And I thought we've had some weeks where we definitely stacked.
Kemp, for you as quarterback, signal caller, leader, what does it mean to step forward, continue building the momentum of this program?
To step forward, well, last year we started really well, started 5-0. I'm hoping to start that again and just continue it going into this year. I feel like my leadership is very important to this team, and as long as I'm kind of, on my A game, do what I'm supposed to do, we're going to be good.
Hey, Coach. Liam Rooney from the Tallahassee Democrat here. Just your transition from taking this head coaching role, throughout the summer, how has it been for you as you look ahead into the fall? What have you seen out of these guys, and, how have they kind of embraced you in your new role?
It's been good. I got here in late January, so I had a chance to build some relationships. So there was something there already when the transition took over. But I give all the credit to these guys. They worked hard, they bought in, and I'm very proud of their progress so far. And I'm very excited about what they're going to accomplish this year.
This is for any of the guys on the stage. You heard Coach talk about stacking days. What does that mean to you guys? And, how do you attack it? Coach obviously laid the game plan for you, but, how do you guys go about that, and how do you guys attack stacking days?
As a leader, somebody has to do it. If you don't show up, then underclassmen won't be led. Stacking it's just about if you're not there, who else is going to do it, right? Like, it has to be done. You have to show people what you need to be doing. Yeah.
Coach, overall, what does that schedule look like for you this year, and what really stands out as far as big challenges?
I think it's a little similar to last year's schedule. We got opportunity to come out the gates, really send a statement early on in the season. If we can do that, we can build some momentum, get battle tested. That'll lend itself towards the second half of the season. I just want to manage the whole process. You know, never get too high, never get too low. So no matter what the challenge is, you're up for it. Be poised and play 4 quarters of overtime if necessary.
And this is for any of the guys. Where do you guys want to grow the most as fall camp starts?
Me personally, I believe we should grow really in the weight room, because I believe the weight room carries on to the field. So if we dominate in the weight room, we can dominate on the field.
It's Mark with 4 quarters online. I have a question for the guys on stage. You guys ripped off 5 straight wins to start the season last year, and then you had the unfortunate drop-off. What do you think you guys are going to try to do differently to sustain that momentum going into this season?
I think as a team, we should keep the standard where it should be. We shouldn't get too comfortable with having we shouldn't be okay with 5 straight wins. We should keep doing what we're supposed to do.
Anybody else?
A big problem, like a big part of the drop-off, was injuries. And I feel like if we take a bit more care of our bodies, I think we can definitely sustain that run and make it deep in the playoffs as well.
Yeah, second question, follow-up question for you guys. What's been the difference with Coach Mosley as you guys are getting ready to go into camp?
The difference, it really hasn't really changed. You know, Coach McGriff, he planted the foundation, and we're just carrying it on. You know, he's carrying us through practice every day, getting us better, just like he said, stacking days.
This one is for the guys up there. Kind of a follow-up to that first question about the 5 wins. You had a lot of big moments during that time, too. I know, Kemp, you had that moment against Mosley to Jeremiah, that last-second touchdown, JP2 last second. Do you guys look back at those moments and look at ways you can keep that momentum going? Like you said, the injuries, but is there anything else you guys look at to, find ways to keep that momentum going from those, drawing inspiration from those big plays?
It's more just making more of those, I guess. It's just, they're very high highs, and you always want to get back to the highs. That's about it.
All right, if there are no more questions for the Leon Lions, we definitely want to wish you guys best of luck this season, and thank you for joining us on Media Day. We're going to pause and take a short break, and we'll be joined by the Aucilla Christian Warriors up next.
Back it up, my niggas call me loco. Down for armed trafficking, don't make me pull that fofo. Ask you what you laughing at, represent that mud life. Dirty money, bitch, you better get your mud right. We come together, holding hands and holler hood life. We all strapping all black, it's like hood life. You riding or what? Cause we riding tonight. Now you riding with me cause you wasn't riding. All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get it up. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up. And they stay there, and they stay yeah, and they stay there. Cause all I do is win, win, win. And if you going in, put your hands in the air, make them stay there.
Heat in the kitchen, hot on the stove, water getting boiled, dope being sold, Snoopy in the hookie, system overload. I've been running this rap game since I was 20 years old. I hung with the worst of them, bust till I burst them up, floss them up, toss them up, hard them up, close them up.
All right, and welcome back to Media Day 2024, presented by Four Quarters Online and brought to you by Data Set Ready, proud sponsors of Media Day for several years. So we definitely want to thank our friends at Data Set Ready. Joining us now are the Aucilla Christian Warriors and their head coach, Coach Colby Roberts. Coach, go ahead and take a couple of minutes. Tell us about this year's edition of the Warriors.
Yes, sir. First, I'd like to thank Four Quarters Online and all the other media for hosting this event. It's always top-notch, fantastic, and great experience for the kids. So thank you again for hosting. Over here on my left, far left, we have Dalton Amont, plays defensive end, receiver for us. Marcus Sexton, receiver and outside linebacker. We've got Ben Gamilero, another senior, plays receiver and corner for us. We have Josh Agner, does a little bit of everything for us. We just call him an athlete. And we have Ethan Bass, middle linebacker and fullback, and Ryan Moody plays linebacker and kicker for us. So all these guys are veteran players and seniors and a big part of the program, the foundation we have. A little bit about our program. We have 108 kids in high school, and we have the most kids we ever had participating in the program this year, which is 31 kids, which is big for us. So our school is growing, our program is growing, and God's blessed us with some success on the field as well. Really what we contribute that success to is our program philosophy, which is Colossians 3:23. It says, whatever you do, work at it with all your heart as if you're working for the Lord instead of man. So when we stopped focusing on that worldly success and started focusing on putting God first in all things, everything started coming to fruition. So that's really what we preach to our kids, and we want to make sure we're honoring God in all things as well. That's with our hard work and our effort and everything we do on the field. So that's kind of our program and its core beliefs and our focus, and we've been working hard this summer. We've done several scrimmages, some big man challenges, 7-on-7, had great participation in the weight room as well. So we're very eager and looking forward to the beginning of the season with practice starting next Monday.
Coach Ryan Kelly, WCTV. Obviously, that's a pretty big roster for ACA. Overall, what's it been like to manage a roster like that compared to some of the teams you've had in the past?
Yeah, it's a great thing to have more kids in the program, but it comes with growing pains and challenges as well. When I started 14 years ago, we had 18 kids on the team. And I tell you one thing about it, everybody plays when you have that few kids. So there's no issues with that. But when you essentially double that size, not everybody plays as much as they used to. So there's some challenges, and then just managing your practice as well. But like I said, overall, it's a good problem to have, though, and we're learning.
Yeah, following up on that, just how important is that, knowing that you're going to have a well-rested squad? You're not always going to have to be relying on Ironman football, knowing that you've got guys who are going to be able to get their rest. It's just how big of a competitive advantage can that be for you guys now?
Yeah, as you made mention, it definitely helps in regards to rest and getting players, make sure they're rejuvenated for the second half of the football game. But those same qualities we used to hammer to our kids as far as being the most conditioned team on the field, most physically sound team on the field, we still preach those qualities. So we push our guys just as hard. And at the end of the day, we want our best athletes on the field, so we still have a large number of kids that go both ways. So we still have those same qualities and play with that chip on our shoulder, but it's definitely a benefit when you can rest kids, those key parts of the game.
And then finally for me to you, Coach, offensively, we saw a team that airs it out a little bit more than the Warriors have. Do you want to continue to evolve more towards kind of a balanced attack?
Yeah, really what we do, I think any good coach would agree that you assess what you have from a talent perspective and you gear your offense around that. So that's what we try to do from year to year. But, yeah, I just want to continue to evolve and not necessarily say this is our system and what we're going to do. We just look at our talent, say this is what we have that we can run with, and just focus on that.
Coach Liam Rooney, Tallahassee Democrat. You know, building off of last year's successes into this year, you grow the program, most number of kids you've had, you know. How do you rely on these guys on the stage with you? You know, obviously you talk about growing pains and you can't do it all as a coach. You know, how do you look to these guys you called leaders on the stage to help you develop this program and continue that success that you started last year?
Yeah, one of the benefits of being at the school for a long period of time, this is entering my 14th year, is you kind of establish your program and the expectations for it. So all these guys up here have been through our middle school program. And then as underclassmen now, they're seniors, they kind of know what the deal is and how we operate. And they're definitely a great asset in regards to kind of training up those younger kids in our program as well. So I would say that's a big part of it. It's just, here's the expectations, here's what we're doing. You got to be on board with it. And like I said, God's blessed us with success, so the kind of proof's in the pudding, more or less.
Josh, I know last year, Coach kind of said it, jack of all trades, doing it all. You know, for you to be able to be that guy and help them on the field in different ways and attack different positions, you know, how important is that to you? And, you know, heading into this season, are you looking to do something that's similar to what you did last year?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I want to have an improvement of last season. Toward the end there, I had a little bit of injury, but I'm looking to bounce back this year. And I think a big part of me playing good is, you know, my quarterback playing good, my line playing good, just that team chemistry. Like you said, we've been in middle school together. We've been playing forever, so it's just easy for us to connect with each other.
This question is for the guys up front. Mark Adams, 4 Quarters Online. Playoff football last year, what was the environment like for you guys, and what was the experience like?
It was good. It's kind of the first time we've been there and won a playoff game, and that was cool to be there and be a part of that. And we hope to do the same this year with the team chemistry we have and everything like that.
Coach, same question.
Yeah, so we've been blessed with, I think the last 6 years we made the playoffs, the last 5 out of 6 years. But this past season we won the first playoff game in 30 years, which would be the second in school history. So prior to last season, 52 years having organized football, Aucilla had only won one playoff game. That was 1993 with Coach Gene Cox. So again, got the second one, first in 30 years. So it was great to kind of see our kids, especially these right here, come up through the middle school program, et cetera, and then get so close to achieving that goal of winning a playoff game and then finally getting over that hump. So it's definitely a fun experience all around.
Coach, schedule-wise, lots of fresh faces. How challenging can that be when, you know, you're going up against a bunch of teams you haven't seen before?
Yeah, I mean, we try to do our research on who we're playing, but as you made mention, I think we only have 2 teams that we played last year that are back on the schedule this year. So as you mentioned, a lot of new teams. So kind of view it as a new challenge and something to look forward to. So we're just taking it in stride and just making sure we're doing our part. So what we tell our kids is we're not focused on our opponent, we're focused on ourselves. So Monday through Thursday is where you win the game, and Friday's your rewards. We just got to keep working hard and do the little things right and make sure that we're not making mistakes. And if we do that, put God first in all things, results are going to take care of themselves on Friday nights.
And then finally for me, for the guys, you guys have already been a part of a Warriors program that's made history. Just what would it mean to you to continue to build on that throughout this year? What, for most of you, I believe all of you, it's going to be your last year in blue and gold.
I think it's huge just because, you know, we do have a different schedule and, you know, new people to play and see it'll test our abilities a lot more and see if we can keep up what we did last year, if not better, you know, and keep our last year fun and, you know, keep the schedule new so we don't really know what we're doing, but we're going to figure it out along week to week like we usually do, but now we'll have a little bit more fun with it.
Coach, you and I had a chance to talk a little bit over the summer. You talked about some of the unique things that you guys do, especially because of the I guess really the numbers. But given that this is a bigger class, did you have to alter anything in the off-season conditioning program?
No, as I made mention earlier, we really stuck to our Ironman football approach. We have larger numbers, but that's something we take pride in, being a second-half team as well and just wearing teams down. So, again, we think that gives us a competitive edge and just having that chip on the shoulder mentality. And so we continue that just like we did when we had 17 players back in the day.
Right. For the guys, what other sports do you guys play?
Just football and weightlifting, that's about it.
Usually football, baseball, and basketball, but it'll just be football and baseball this year.
I play football, basketball, and baseball.
I play football and baseball.
I'm going to be playing football, weightlifting, basketball, and baseball.
So we have to share athletes at Aucilla. So that's one thing I always brag on with our program. Our athletic director, Willie Gamilero, is over there, and he sets a good example for us. We have coaches meeting with other sport coaches as well. We're sharing athletes, and a lot of time we segment times throughout the day. We have football workouts in the evenings. We got a 7-on-7 later this evening. We got basketball practice before that. Baseball does some stuff as well. So sharing athletes is just what you have to do when you have a small school. But all our coaches are on board with that, and same with the kids, and have great work ethics as well.
Did you ever have to coin flip for a guy?
Come close. I've challenged a couple people to arm wrestle, and that puts me over the edge. So, but yeah, it's come close to a couple times having to do that. But luckily, it's all worked out.
Awesome. All right, if there are no more questions for the Aucilla Christian Warriors, we want to thank them for coming out to Media Day. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be joined next by the Taylor County Bulldogs in just a moment.
All right, thanks for having us, guys.
Thanks, Dogs.
This is that ice cold Michelle fight for that white gold. This one for them hood girls, them good girls, straight masterpieces. Styling, wildin', living it up in the city. Got Chuck's on with Saint Laurent. Gotta kiss myself, I'm so pretty. I'm too hot. Call the police and the fireman. I'm too hot. Make a dragon wanna retire, man. I'm too hot. Say my name, you know who I am. I'm too hot. And my band bought up that money. Break it down. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. Come on. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, 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 oh! Stop. Wait a minute. Fill my cup, put some in it. Take a sip, sign the check. Julio, get the stretch. Right to Harlem, Hollywood, Jackson, Mississippi. If we show up, we gon' show out. Smoother than a fresh drop skipping. I'm too hot. Call the police and the fireman. I'm too hot. Make a dragon wanna retire, man. I'm too hot. Say my name, you know who I am. I'm too hot. And my band bought up that money. Break it down. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. Come on. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, 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 oh! Before we leave, let me tell y'all a little something. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. I said uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Come on, dance, jump on it. If you sweat and flown it. If you freak dead and own it. Don't brag about it, come show me. Come on, dance, jump on it. If you sweat and flown it. Well, it's Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. Come on. Don't believe me, just watch. just watch. Hey, hey, hey,
Okay, and we're back with the Taylor County Bulldogs and familiar face, Coach Jesse Braswell. Welcome back to the Big Ben, Coach. We're going to go ahead and let you talk about the Bulldog program, and then we'll get to know the new addition of the Bulldogs, and then go ahead and introduce your players as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. First, I just want to say thank you to Mark and Four Quarters Online and the local media. Been around, and you guys continuously just host an unbelievable event, and it's about our kids, and you'll hear me say that a lot. Is the reason that I do what I do and our coaches do what they do is about the guys on this stage and in this room and back in Perry, and you guys highlight them, and it's awesome to see. So really excited to be back in Perry. It can be a really special place, and that's why I'm back. And so been fortunate enough to hire some really good coaches, a head strength coach and an offensive staff, defensive staff that are really, really good. And so our numbers are up. We got around 60 to 65 on our roster. This morning we had 57 at summer workouts, and so got the opportunity to hold a youth camp that, got our youth out there and involved in the community. And so really excited about what's going on in Perry right now. And really, Mark, it's about us, and these guys hear me talk about that, good, bad, ugly. It's about us and how we respond to each situation. So I'm excited for these guys and them to have an opportunity to showcase their talents coming up August 16th. So we're all excited to quit the summer and get into the year, and I can speak for all of them that they're all ready. So starting on my left, down at the end is Jock Price, plays tight end and outside linebacker. Slade Callschmidt plays inside linebacker, tight end. Just to my left is QB1 Ryan Hamilton. Just to my right is DJ McCoy, kind of does a little bit of everything, running back, slot, plays safety for us. Beside him is another one who does a lot for us, some wildcat stuff, some running back, some slot, some safety, some corner. King Williams beside him is a multiple-year returning starter. Coming in is Josh Griffin. So we're going to play O-line and potentially some D-line too. So really excited for these guys and the upcoming year.
No, go ahead, Mark.
Okay. I'm going to open it up. Coach, you and I had a chance to talk earlier in the spring where we were just getting acclimated, coming back in. What has the progress been like so far leading up to the opening of fall practice?
Yeah, I think it goes back to us, and what we do. I heard some of these other coaches, and it sounds very similar. For us, it's just what's the work we're doing on a daily basis? How are we treating our body? How are we putting the right things in our body, getting ready for a long season? And so, it's been participation. I'm really excited about. These guys have been unbelievable. You don't have to wake up worrying if they're going to show up. They're there. And so that's been the biggest thing for me. They're obviously all excited and happy and gung-ho about the season. But, again, they hear me 7-on-7, weight room, nutrition. It's not really about the people around us. It's let's focus on us. And that's kind of we talk about it's a great day to be a dog. And dog stands for discipline, aggression, work, and grit. And so what kind of discipline are we showing on a daily basis to show that? And what kind of progress are we making goes back to what kind of discipline we have.
Coach, to be back home, what's it been like to have this program embraced by Perry and by the Taylor community?
Yeah, Perry's went through some struggle the past 12 months. We've had two of our biggest companies shut down in the past 12 months. We've obviously got, hit by a hurricane. I was up in North Georgia at the time, but, man, I felt like I was there the whole time. And so these kids on this stage have been through a lot just from all of that stuff. And so it's awesome being back. I'm glad that to bring a little bit of a light to a place that probably needed it, and just, it's not about me though, it's about them, and they've responded in such an awesome way. There's a pretty good coach here in town that talks about response all the time, and so they've responded in the way. It's, I got great coaches around me who has also brought out the best in them. That's really good to see.
And this is for any of the guys. Your numbers are up. Obviously, there's a lot of folks in the community talking about this Taylor team. Have you guys kind of noticed the community rallying around you guys, the support that's been around coming up for this season?
Yes, sir. Like, we've been getting a lot of donations. People been coming in the mornings, feeding us, coming in the afternoon, giving us food, like lunch, dinner, and just a lot of people in the community just been going all out for us, and we can see it. And we've been putting the work, and I think this upcoming season we'll be ready, like, to show our fans and the community what we've been working on.
This one's for the guys up there. Liam Rooney from the Tallahassee Democrat. Talk to me to the new system with Coach Braswell and coming in and the workouts, the changes that he's made. And he talks about, the amount of guys you guys have this year and coming into the season. How have you guys kind of adapted and how have you guys adjusted to his new system, and what are you guys most looking forward to this year?
Well, we got very great coaching staff in the weight room. Coach Johnson, he helps us out a lot. And Coach Braswell, man, with me being QB1, learning a new playbook, like, he's made it easy, and it's been great for all of us as a team.
Coach, this one's for you. Obviously, you mentioned it, coming back from Georgia, back to Taylor County. Just the adjustment for you, and then obviously, you come back in when the FHSA has just made changes to the classification systems, the divisions, and everything. But, the schedule for you guys kind of stays similar to that in the past, but there's some new faces and some good games on there. What are you most looking forward to in this first year for the Bulldogs under your leadership?
Yeah, this is cliche, Liam, but it's about us. It's these guys on this stage. They'll crack a smile here. That we talk about nameless gray faces. When you play Madden and they don't have a picture of someone, it's a nameless gray face for us. It's about us and our preparation, and how we attack each day, and the discipline we show, and the aggression we show towards our work, and the grit that we have. And so we're excited. Obviously, anytime you get to play ball, we're a year-round program. And so anytime you get to go, strap it up and play ball, you're excited. And so I think that's the biggest thing is the opportunity just to go showcase the work that we've been putting in.
Follow up for you, too, as well. I heard the guys talking about the weight room. I heard you talk about the weight room. I see it a lot on social media. You guys, weight room, big focus for you guys. And what have you seen from them, day one coming in to now in this summer as we head into fall? How have they really embraced the workout routines you guys have, and, what are the changes you've seen in some of these guys?
Yeah, so dating back to 2013, I've been a weight room coach, going back to NFC, and then previously at North Forsyth, I ran the weight room. And so it's a big part of my identity. It's kind of who I am. I understand that that's where it's going to start and stop. Like, you can be as good as you can, but if you don't put in the work in there, then you're just not going to get paid. And so these guys started out, with full go. I think they were excited just for anything, just to have we went through some bumps and bruises, obviously, and just transition. Anytime you have transition, something new, it's hard to adjust. But just their attendance has been something that I've been really, really excited about. If we can get them there, we can coach them. And so that's the big thing is it for us as a coaching staff. And I'm really excited about that.
This one's for the players up on the stage. Guys, 2-8 record last year. What are you guys looking to improve aside from the record, just even if it's just personal goals or team goals?
Just discipline, really. We lost a lot of games, penalties, not working as a team. Yeah, I feel like if we just come together as a brotherhood and stop all the penalties from happening, unsportsmanlike, we'll do way better.
Coach, looking at the schedule, it's got its opportunities and it's got its challenges too. Just can you speak to playing a tough schedule? And of course, anytime you're in the Big Bend, you're going to play a tough one. But when you take a look and go down the line, just how excited are you guys to see if you're up to the challenge?
Yeah, we have some really good opponents. Some coaches in the community that's been here since I was playing in high school. You talk about there's some greats in my opinion, and so, but it goes back, Ryan, it goes back to us, and so I know that's cliche and it is what it is, but these guys hear me talk about that all the time. And so, we're gonna concentrate on that and let the results happen. And I talk about this all the time, and you heard it said, and I actually stole this one from the same guy in Tallahassee, but, winning hard work don't make success, but it gives you the best chance at it, and you heard that after the ACC championship, and I believe that. And I've talked about that a lot. It was cool to hear him say it. So these guys hear me talk about that. Just because you work hard don't mean that you're going to be successful, but it dang sure gives you the best shot at it.
Coach, you mentioned that you talked about hard work and being able to be successful. What are some of the things that you feel like are just kind of the intangibles that you're trying to instill with your team, especially now in the off season?
Yeah, it goes back to our identity. You'll see it on our guys' stuff. DAWG, D-A-W-G, discipline, aggression, work, and grit. And so that's who we are, what we stand for. We've tried to instill that into them. At the same time, we've tried to make things fun. I think you can be in the weight room and have fun. You can be on the practice field and have fun. We have big man catch competitions. We do stuff with our kids. We just got back from FCA camp. And so we've been all around playing 7-on-7. So just because you're working don't mean you can't have a little bit of fun. And so all of those things with a little bit of fun, in my opinion, you can reach success. And I think, success is defined as the person making it, and so success for me is these guys in 10 years, what kind of husbands they are, what kind of fathers they are. Success isn't in the next 3 months. And so that's what we're trying to instill in our program. And you won't know that until 10 years from now, but I'm going to love these guys. Our coaching staff are going to love these guys. We're going to pour into them and see what happens. We're going to get ready for August 16th for our kickoff classic and rock and roll from there.
Okay, if there are no more questions for the Taylor County Bulldogs, we want to thank Coach Braswell for bringing his team out with him. We're going to take a pause for a quick break, and when we come back, we will be joined by the FAMU DRS Baby Rattlers.
Yeah, this is a story of a famous dog. But the dog that chases his tail will be Disney. These are clapping dogs, rhythmic dogs, harmonic dogs, house dogs, street dogs, dogs from the middle of the night, dancing dogs. Yeah, kind of loud, funky dogs, nasty dogs.
man. It's FLY Fast Life Youngsters. Surf's up. Def Jam. It's time to catch a wave.
Man, I got this swag. My hat matching my bag. You know I'm poppin' tag. But man, I got this swag. Man, I got this swag. My hat matching my bag. You know I'm poppin' tag. But man, I got this swag. When I serve, now I be surfing swag. I'm on hypnotic.
Okay, we are now back for the 2024 fourquartersonline.com Media Day, and we're now joined by Coach Parker and the FAMU High Baby Rattlers. Coach, go ahead and tell me about DRS football and this latest edition, and also introduce who you brought with you today.
All right, we want to, first of all, thank you guys for having us here. FAMU DRS is taking on a new identity. Of course, you knew we had a new head coach, Coach Wise, who's not here today for us. But our identity has been just overcoming adversity, continue to fight through whatever we push these guys through. And I'm going to let the guys introduce themselves, starting from the right down here.
My name is Jamin Bryant. I'm an upcoming senior. I play wide receiver and DB.
My name is Isaiah Butler. I'm an upcoming junior, and I play quarterback.
My name is Charles Williams. I'm an upcoming senior. I play receiver and linebacker.
My name is Alexander Howard. I'm an upcoming junior, and I play O-line and D-line.
My name is Caleb Lindsay, upcoming senior. I play O-line and D-line.
My name is Jalen Rogers. I'm an upcoming sophomore. I play O-line and D-line.
I'm Coach Rogers. I help with the receivers and the DBs.
I'm Coach Corey Roberson. I'm the offensive coordinator.
Coaches, I guess I'll start with you guys. What was it about Coach Wise's vision that made you want to be a part of this?
When I first met Coach Wise, we talked over the phone for a while, just football talk. One of the things we had in common was being that 1% better every day. One thing we try to instill in our guys is continue to work no matter what. If we don't do anything else, we want to gain that 1%, whether it's in the weight room, through our strength and conditioning, or whether it's through our drills or whatever we put them guys through. We just want them to get better 1% every day.
For any of the players, I know the message has been fighting through adversity, fighting through adversity, fighting through adversity. What does that mean to you?
To us, basically what that means is like to keep fighting. Like no matter what we went through during the past seasons, to just keep looking forward. And like Coach said, keep getting 1% better every day throughout the summer. And it starts in the summer and basically keep getting better.
To add on, I feel like it's also about work on what you can control. Don't worry about any outside interactions or interference. It's all about sticking with your teammates, making sure you get through what you got to get through to overcome obstacles.
For any of the players, again, just have you guys kind of felt the enthusiasm building throughout the program over the summer, and how's summer gone for you?
Yes, sir, we have, and it's been very fun and very hard working going on. We just enjoy the environment the coaches put us in and the work we do.
I feel like with me being new to the squad, coming in, it was like, for me, it started off kind of flat, but once once everybody got together, we started working together and clicking, and everybody started getting together more team days. We just started clicking together more, and it's gonna come out better in the end.
For the coaches, I know Coach Wise had talked about the new identity. I heard you mention this new identity for FAMU High, FAMU DRS. What have you seen from the guys so far? You've had some time now with these group of guys. You've had a couple of months, and you head into the season. What have you seen from them, and just kind of how excited are you guys to finally get this thing going in just under a month?
Well, for me, I'm excited because it's football, period. I just came from a pretty good season from Rickards High School, so I added on to this school because I met with some of the guys and I saw the excitement in their eyes, and they're ready to win. Basically, I can say this is a new FAMU DRS football season you're going to see this year. We're going to win some football games. And I think they're all ready to win football games. We're ready to win football games. So we're just ready to get it in and get it done right now.
I've watched through the last two seasons. For me, it's the maturity level. We don't have very many seniors, but we were predominantly pretty young last year. Most of the team were freshmen and sophomores. So to watch them grow up, watch the work in the weight room, and watch the determination, I'm really excited to see what happens this season. The guys, they've been buying into the program, and they're putting in the work, so we're ready to see what we can do against other people instead of just battling each other in practice.
This one's for the players. It's kind of a follow-up. You hear your coaching staff kind of instill that belief in you guys and instill that confidence. I know you guys have talked about overcoming the last few seasons. You got that winning feeling. You want to win football games. How excited are you guys to get out there on the field and just kind of, prove it and get it out there and, really show that this new era is upon us?
We're very excited. We try to work on building confidence and keeping the competition going in practice so that when it comes to the game, we can relay it. With our player committee, we try to work on other things we could do for the team, such as fundraisers, 7-on-7, so, keep that momentum going and build up the confidence and excitement.
Yeah, we're very excited as a team. I say what makes me very excited is I played since my freshman year, and the difference between this year, like this summer specifically, and the last few summers, I feel like everybody bought into the program, and everybody's been showing up. The attendance been great, and everybody just been lifting each other up and pushing each other this summer, and I feel like it's going to pay out in the season.
Very excited. Every athlete has that preseason mentality, like you ready to play, get out there and play. especially after a full summer of working out, working hard every single day. You know, you just ready to show the world what you can do.
Mark Adams, Four Quarters Online. Coach Parker, you know, I had a chance to talk to Coach Wise a little bit earlier, a couple of weeks back in the summer, and he was extremely excited, not only about the talent that you guys were able to put together, but he was also excited about the staff and just being able to kind of have like kind of a cohesive mesh of football minds coming together. Do you guys feel like that you are going to really turn some heads this season or kind of shock some people going into the season?
Yes, sir, I do. As far as the staff goes, we're all football guys. We talk football 24/7, 365. The biggest thing is that all of these guys have played on the next level. They're able to translate some things from the college level down to what we do. One of the things that we do every day after practice is have a coaches meeting, and we're going through everything we do in practice that day, trying to figure out what we can change for the next day to keep getting these guys better every day. But as far as the staff, we all mesh well together. We all have different little things that we bring to the game, and I'm just excited to see what we do as a staff and how it relates to our players and what they can do on the field come Friday nights.
What do you feel like separates this team from last year's team?
Being that I'm a new staff member on this staff this year, I think one of the things that's going to separate this year's team from last year's team is their mentality. I see that when we first started in the spring, a lot of guys had that quit mentality. They didn't want to work hard. But over the summer, we've gained a lot of confidence. They've gotten stronger, they've gotten faster. So I see the momentum has changed, their mentality has changed, their attitude has changed. They bought into the system. These guys actually believe that, you know, what we're doing now is going to translate to the field. They believe they can win. They believe that, you know, no matter who we face, we're ready to take on that challenge and give it the best.
Same question to the guys on the stage. What do you feel like is the biggest difference between this season and last season?
I think we've seen a lot more improvement, not just in ourselves, but also our teammates. Like my teammate has said, we push each other in the weight room, off the field, each and every way. And I think that's going to really help us this year and this season.
I'll also say, like, this season, I feel like we're more closer together as a team, on and off the field. And, yeah, I feel like that's a big part of us throughout the games. You know, stay composed and stay calm and don't break in the middle of a game or nothing like that. I feel like that'll help us with that part too.
To add on, I also want to say our mindsets. I feel like we're coming into this season that knowing we can compete with any team on our schedule. You know, we're not worried about size. We're not worried about speed or athleticism. I also want to say just working. I feel like we push each other to our best limits, you know, on and off the field, in the weight room as well, and in the classroom, making sure everybody's focused.
Coach Parker, and also for the assistants as well. Coach Wise really talked about leadership, being able to cultivate leadership among the players on the team. Do you feel like there's, or should I say, do you feel like there's more of the seeds of being able to find that next leader, whether it's at a particular position or a particular grade level within your football team as you enter into fall camp?
Yeah, the guys that's on the stage right now are all leaders in their position. We do have a team committee of guys who we know that can lead the team and you know, handle any kind of situation that we may have, whether it's an issue with the player or something that they guys want to do as a team. But the guys that's sitting in front of the stage are all leaders. These guys have taken the challenge head on. They've shown up every day. They worked hard every day. Their grades are good. They're going to do some great things for us this season.
Okay, if there are no more questions for the FAMU DRS Baby Rattler football team, we appreciate Coach Parker filling in for Coach Wise. And, guys, we also thank you guys for coming out. Best of luck to you guys this season. We're going to pause and take a short break, and when we come back, we will be joined by the Amos P. Godby Cougars.
I got the hunger, better feed me. Just call my number, believe me. Round of applause, the game needs me. I got the sauce, I go Beasley. Can't see me, strap up the cleats. Feed me, it's that time to eat. I came to compete, I won't take defeat. Who wanna meet and greet? Seek the freak, it's all mine. What you want, boy? I got the best 09 as my convoy. You know the home crowd on the encore. We can hit your town, take it on tour. It's my time, and yet is my season. Prime time, I got 21 reasons. Cowboys Nation is the legion. I'm a winner, it's dinner I'm eating.
Get on your feet, you hear the crowd roar. No surrender, no defeat. I'm a cowboy. Never cease, get out your seat. I give an encore. I'm a beast, I came to feast. You know I want more. You better feed me. You better feed me. You better feed me. I said feed me, yeah. You better feed me. You better feed me. You better feed me. I said feed me, yeah. This ain't closed mouths, don't get fed. Time to cash out with my bread. Catch me on the big screen overhead. Told you I'm a beast, born and bred. I'm a wreak havoc, thought you knew. Going like magic while I voodoo. When I hit the lane, steady moving chains. See the name, what's running through my veins? That's true blue. Got a main strut like T-Wheel. Stay hungry, but never miss a meal. See me looking green cut when I play the field. You gon' end up on my highlight reel. Hit dance and the X go up. You know what it is when the boys show up. Coming all out to the opposition, fall out. We ball out, bringing all the blue stars out. Get on your feet, you hear the crowd roar. No surrender, no defeat. I'm a cowboy. Never cease, get out your seat. I give an encore. I'm a beast, I came to feast. You know I want more. You better feed me. You better feed me. You better feed me. I said feed me, yeah. You better feed me. You better feed me. You better feed me. I said feed me, yeah. I'm trying to eat, this my habitat. What you know about Zeke or the attack? They can stop my scheme, just check my stats. I've been up for my team and the facts are facts. Since I got the call from Jerry Jones, burst on the scene and I carry on. It's the all-worldwide, man, the numbers don't lie. America's team everywhere we know. Get on your feet, you hear the crowd roar. No surrender, no defeat. I'm a cowboy. You better feed me. You better feed me. You better feed me.
Okay. All right, I want to welcome everybody back to 2024 Media Day, presented by Four Quarters Online and brought to you by Dataset Ready. We definitely want to thank Dataset Ready for being proud sponsors of what we do here at Four Quarters Online here at Media Day. We are now joined by Coach Holston in the Amos P. Godby Cougars. Coach, go ahead and tell us about your team this season and introduce who you brought with you today.
My name is John Holston, first-year head coach at Amos P. Godby. I'll let you guys introduce themselves. There's nothing too much to say. We like to play football, and we came to work. So I'll start at the end of it.
My name is Lazar Chambers. I'm a junior, and I play quarterback for Godby High School.
My name is Jalen Roque. I'm a senior, and I play defensive end.
My name is RJ Perriman. I'm a senior, and I'm an athlete.
My name is Coach Ja'Cory Dixon. I'm a first-year staffer. I help with the DBs.
My name is Jamar Simmons. I'm an upcoming sophomore, and I play receiver.
My name Tyler Vickers, wide receiver, upcoming junior.
My name is Devin Anderson. I'm an upcoming junior. I play safety.
We brought back a lot of guys with varsity experience. I think we maybe lost 5 old linemen last year. We lost a lot of linemen, seniors, but for the most part, we brought back most of the team. So we got an experienced group. A lot of guys with, like I said, varsity experience, a lot of weight room experience, and leadership experience. So it's not really a rebuilding with the team. It's more so just getting it going.
Coach, with this being your first year, to have that much returning experience, to have those guys who know what they're doing, just how easy has that made kind of the transition process?
It's a blessing as a first-year coach. I always envisioned that, my first job might be a smaller school and maybe a private school and trying to get the culture going. But right now, I walked into a situation where we won 4 state championships already. We've been 2-time runner-up state championships. Godby's known for all the talent we locally have. And honestly, it's the first year that I know of that we kept all our guys. And we haven't lost any of the transfers, and we also brought a few in. We got some guys back home to Godby now. So I'm honestly blessed.
Guys, you heard Coach say it. This is a roster that's pretty much stayed intact. What is it about Coach and what is it about the program right now that has you excited to stay and play and be a Cougar?
Definitely the energy we bring day in and day out at practice. Everyone's flying around, having fun, competing with everybody, and that's basically it.
As he just spoken of, as in practice, I go versus 2 really good receivers in practice, so we really iron sharpen iron every day, so we get the best work, so we can see the next step that we can go, which is a state championship.
Coach, stylistically, schematically, are we going to see anything different when the Cougars hit the field and fall?
Not to get too into the playbook, but you don't reinvent football. You just find a way to make it more efficient. So we just gonna be a more efficient team. We're gonna try to execute, keep our guys healthy, and take advantage of opportunities that we get. But you don't reinvent football, so it's not gonna change up too much. It's just gonna be a lot more physical and faster.
Coach, you talked about the experience that these guys have, but a lot of these guys, at least have 2 more seasons. 1 or 2 more seasons. I know Jalen and RJ up here are seniors, but a lot of juniors that have that varsity level experience. How much does that excite you as a coach to know, like, hey, we get to do this year, and we get to go run it back next year?
Yeah, you can saw from the smile on my face. You're not supposed to think too far ahead, but I'm excited. A lot of guys, it was a crush before with playing so many freshmen with Godby in the last recent years and sophomores. But now these same freshmen and sophomores are juniors now, upcoming juniors, and some of them are upcoming seniors. And, we got a lot of guys with a lot of varsity experience, so it's a great it's a great thing to have in our repertoire.
2-parter, Jalen and RJ. I'll start with you, Jalen. I know you've been here, senior, taking on that leadership role under a new coaching staff, but, how have you been adapting? How have you kind of taken that leadership step? And then for RJ, coming back to Godby and kind of coming in as a senior as well and taking that leadership step, start with you, Jalen.
Definitely it's been a big part in growing my name at Godby. I love being able to lead the guys and them seeing me as a leader. It really gives me a big feeling of a purpose at the school, and it's definitely fun, being kind of like the big brother to everybody around me.
I mean, growing up watching Godby since I was knee-high long, I've been wanting to lead this team to a new start, and we looking to do it under Coach Holston. So taking the leadership role at Godby, I feel like it was meant for me to do it, and let's turn Godby around.
Coach, I got one more for you. We saw it in the spring, and we've seen what some of these guys are capable of in the past. There's a lot of dynamic players up on there. Does that allow you to have a little bit more creativity when you look offensively, defensively, or, I know you say you don't want to reinvent football, but, how much does that give you confidence in some of the play calls that you want to make in big-time moments in games?
I think the confidence I have with the players, it's been earned from them. So I want to say, I don't want to say too much creativity. We're not trying to be too fancy with the play calling or with the schematics of it, but just the type of guys that I know I have. I'm gonna be honest, every guy at this table right now, except for a couple of them, have Power 5 offers, and a few of them are close to getting Power 5 offers. So when you got that type of skill on the team, you have confidence, but it's earned. So not nothing too creative, but just we plan to play real football this year. We know no too much flashy stuff on social media. You know what I mean? I haven't been posting too much stuff on social media. A lot of guys are more animated with the transfer portal stuff and all that. We play football. We live in the weight room when we leave here. These guys are taking these jerseys off and going to lift weights. We lift weights Monday through Friday now, every day. If we have a practice or we have a game, we lift on game days now. So, I'm going to be honest, these kids know just work. I got that from a few coaches I've been under. That's a mindset, just work.
This question is for number 2 right there. You mentioned that you grew up watching Godby. Is there anybody in particular you grew up watching, or anybody on a Cougar team? And in particular, do you remember the 2012 state championship?
I grew up watching Kawan Banks. I actually played with him my 9th grade year. That's my big cousin. He went Power 5 to South Carolina. I was at cornerback, and he was at safety at nickel. So I grew up watching him because me being a 9th grader starting on varsity, it was kind of shaky. But when you got them guys that that's going to the SEC, the next collegiate level to play football, and you look up at those guys, you like, dang, I want to get there when I get older. So just following him and looking at his footsteps, that's why I'm here today.
What are your conversations with him like now?
My conversations with him like now, since he's at USF and I'm getting recruited at USF now, which is kind of cool. We talking about how we going to be playing at the next level with each other, trying to get to the NFL. So that's what we're talking about now. And turning Godby around. He just like that.
Coach, one final question before we let you all go. When you and I talked earlier in the season, you talked about just the typical things that go into off-season prep and trying to establish weight room and getting the kids involved in all the particulars that go in with the summer workout regimen. What's been the funnest thing so far this past summer with you building with your team?
I think the daily competition. These guys, I think they took on the care of their coaches, and us as coaches, we in practice. I'm a defensive guy myself, so I'm talking crazy to the offensive guys. The offensive guys talking crazy to us, and the players do the same thing. And it's not just talking, but it's executing. We put push-ups on everything. You drop if we say you're gonna get 5 yards this play, and you don't get 5 yards, the whole offense might do push-ups. So that's I think the competition, and also this summer we took a trip to UCF and University of Florida. I think it was a good bonding experience also. So that's been the fun stuff, just to working together.
Okay, if there are no more questions for the Godby Cougars, we definitely want to thank Coach Holston for bringing this team out, and also good luck to you guys going into camp and the rest of the season. We're going to pause and take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be joined by the Rickards Raiders. Okay, and welcome back to the 2024 4Q Media Day here at the Tucker Center. We definitely want to thank our proud sponsor, Dataset Ready, for being a part of Media Day for the past several years. We definitely want to give them a huge shout out. We are now joined by Coach Quentin Lewis and the Rickards Raiders. Coach, go ahead and take a moment. Tell us about this year's edition of Rickards football, and then introduce who you brought with you.
No problem. First of all, I'd like to thank 4 Quarter Online. I've been here 13 years, and it's been 13 years of growth, great exposure for all these young men. I don't know any other online system that does it better than 4 Quarter Online, so I want to thank y'all for having us here. I'm going to let you guys introduce themselves first, but we'll start about my team is just very young. Very young. We have very limited seniors, I think like 12 or 13. But those are our glue and our everything that bond us together, those upperclassmen. They're very athletic, very good, and I've been through a lot of trials and tribulations. And I expect nothing but the best from them from the 29th on. I think I got a great summer with them. Now we were talking about going into the season. I think they're ready to go. These are my 3 leaders here. I'm letting them introduce themselves starting at this end right here.
Tyson Saylor, senior athlete.
Jalen Wiggins, senior defensive end.
Benjamin Henry, quarterback, upcoming senior.
Coach, first and foremost, what excites you about this year's roster and this year's team?
The cohesiveness, honestly. This group get along with each other, and they play with each other. They compete every day. They are truly and genuinely excited when other guys make plays. You want to have a unit that enjoys to play with each other, and that's what I have right now, which makes me enjoy coming to work every day. I don't have to yell as much. I don't have to scream as much. I don't have to run around as much. No more punishment for doing things wrong. It's just about just keep grinding and keep getting better each day, each segment, whatever we're working on. And these guys has met the challenge every single time. And so it makes it exciting to come. And so that's probably the real big deal. Now, I'm very explosive. I have a very good size and very good also. But I just like the way they play around and where they enjoy playing with each other.
Guys, I know most of you played football for a long time. How exciting is that to play for a team that really likes being around each other, that likes hanging around each other, that's excited for each other's success? How much fun can it be to be a part of a team like that?
I would say it's really exciting. Just coming in, like even at Rickards these 4 years, this has really been like the first year where we've actually really gotten along with each other so well, like top to bottom, not just, seniors getting along with seniors or juniors getting along with juniors, but from juniors down to seniors, down to sophomores, everyone's always getting along with each other. We come ready to work every day. I don't see as much complaining as I have like the past years before. You just get like 1 or 2 guys, maybe you see them complaining about, whether it be running or whether it be lifting. That's one thing we haven't seen this summer, and that's one thing I'm excited for, being able to accept the challenge and be able to go work as hard as possible just for each other. That's one thing I'm excited about.
Question from me, Gerald Thomas, Tallahassee Democrat. What's going on, Coach? I already see the smirk growing on your face. Coach, y'all had a very impressive spring jamboree showing, and you said something that's really stuck with me since you said it back in May. You said we don't get full off of yesterday's meal. We got work to do this summer. Kind of tell me how that process has been ever since y'all played in that spring football jamboree.
We talk about growth every day. Let's get better. I don't care what happened to you yesterday. You cannot be full off of it at all. And this group at times this summer showed it, where we have a great showing at a 7-on-7 and come and lose 5 straight. You know what I mean? Just getting a young team to understand that, hey, what you did yesterday don't mean anything. It's about what you're going to do right now, how you respond to what's going on. All right? And so as they got through the summer, it got better and better and better. So I don't think we have a problem with it anymore. We took some uncharacteristic losses in some 7-on-7s that really woke them guys up a lot more. And so now I don't have a problem with them coming to work, coming to get things done, being disciplined. We talk about doing what has to be done and where it can be done when it's supposed to be done, and that's what they try to do every single day. And so that's really the thing, man. So yesterday's meal mean anything to us anymore. We're trying to look forward to, hey, what's tomorrow's meal going to be? What challenge that we're going to have to face that we have to overcome and achieve to be better. And so that's where we're at right now. And it's great because, again, like I said, a lot of my guys are young. And so if I can get these young guys to grow up and mature a little bit more, a little bit faster, it's going to be a good season for us, very, very good season for us.
And a follow-up question for the guys on stage, any of y'all can answer this question. Just piggybacking off of what Coach said and trying to keep the team just consistent and keeping them still hungry. What are y'all telling this young team as y'all are the leaders to your young teammates?
We telling them, just keep playing ball. Have fun with it. But you gotta stay disciplined, stay mature, and have fun. That's the biggest point.
Well, same thing like he had said. We just make sure that they keep working hard and just keep playing. Cause sometimes they'll drop a ball, not pick they'll put their head down or something, and then we'll just keep telling them to keep working or something, and then like just keep going. And that's really like the main thing. Other than that, really it's just we mainly just tell them to just keep working hard, don't give up, and don't like be down on yourself.
I can tell you a couple of things I've seen. Holding each other accountable. That's the first time. Remember, Rickards High School is a little different now. You can't just say, hey, you got to do something right, and a person accept it. They accept it now, especially from these older guys. Hold them accountable for doing things the right way. I think that's where the biggest growth has came. It's not easy at Rickards High School to get a leader to be a leader and Indians or guys to follow. And so it's starting to happen now, and that's what makes great teams. The last time we had it like this, we was playing in Doak Campbell. So hopefully we can keep getting that thing done.
Coach, I want to ask you, you talked about the young guys, and you've mentioned how these seniors have become leaders for them, and the seniors have said it. But, what is it about this young group that really does excite you? You kind of shed some light on that. We hear you say that you're excited, but what gets you excited about these guys?
I think the first thing it was is they're talented, yes, but they came in with a chip on their shoulder, which elevated everybody else's game up. You guys just want to make plays. They want to have fun playing football, and as they do it, it just brought more excitement to it. These seniors been there a while and did a couple of good things, and it's hard how to lead it by yourself, how to do it all by yourself. So, like Tyson loves to have other receivers beside him, all right? Ben loves to have guys to throw to besides that one or two guys he had for that couple of years. And everybody knows what Jaden Wiggins does. So he does this thing. It's good to have two or three more guys exactly like him on the field with him. And that's one of the things that he kind of embraced those young guys, got them going to some more training that he does, and same thing with them guys. They find ways to bond and be together. And so them young guys are very, very talented, but they don't have they have a chip on their shoulder where they want to prove to everybody that they're going to be great. I think my challenge next year is keeping them humble so we can get it done again.
Last one I got is for you, Ben. Just talk me through your growth at that quarterback position, and you look really good in that spring game. How are you feeling, and how excited are you for this season?
Well, I'm really excited for the season and with my growth. Since I came to Rickards, I learned a lot with reading coverages, and especially like being able to actually like just look at leverage and stuff like that. And with the spring game, it just all came together after having like not the best season last year. Really like spring after going through all the stuff, learning a lot. It just ended up showing in the spring game. That's really it.
I can tell you that our system is not easy to learn. It's not a 2-week system. So you did see him struggle in the season last year. His problem now is he don't want to be patient and just take the easy stuff because he know I can get some a little deeper. But his growth is amazing. But it's not just his. It's from the offensive line standpoint, from the receiver standpoint. They all have gotten better and understand the system better, which makes his game a lot more easier. And so, we hope he's not running around all night long. But if we get the ball out of his hand, we're going to have a very, very good season because we got very explosive receivers and athletes around him.
Coach, you really have tried to establish a program. You talked about the rate away and the standard. How does that translate with each new incoming class? So you mentioned your team was very young. What are some of the first things you try to do to instill what you call the Raider way?
We talk about a standard, all right, and you can have a program, but if you don't have a standard program, the guy's not going to be able to match what you're trying to get them to do. And so we try to have a standard each time from the day they come in and what we expectations of what we want them to do and how we want them to be. Like I told you, our demographics are a little different. They're raised to do it by themselves, to not count on anybody. So from day one, I got to make sure they know that they can trust each other, they can believe in each other, they can work together with each other. And from that, it grows. And sometimes it's spot on, and sometimes we miss a couple of them because, again, they're able to get outside and do other things that maybe some other guys can't do, and it's hard to ground them guys in. But as long as they keep coming and they keep believing in what we're trying to get done, and we keep disciplining them and praising them for doing great, those things and the Raider way happens easy. Our motto this year is only us. It's because we're the only people that can stop what we're trying to get done right now. To be honest with you, it doesn't matter who we face on Friday nights or Thursday nights. No matter what goes on, if we can handle what we can handle and control our things, then we'll be better off at that. So it's really about us.
This was for Jalen. Jalen, there's just been a whirlwind of an offseason, but you made the decision to commit to UF. Talk to me just about the process and what that was like for you.
Just going through the whole process, just anybody going throughout that process, that's just all a tough experience. You're going to have different coaches coming at you. And that's one thing I've been telling most of the younger guys now. That process starts early, and, being to that point where you're getting so many people contacting you and, coming in and out of school, that's one thing you want to hope for, but also something you have to prepare for, because sometimes it can come at you fast and, have quick thoughts in your mind that thinking to where, I got to make a decision now, or maybe I want to hold off on it. You want to kind of just make your own process how it was. And I think that's one thing I did with mine. I made it mine, not try to, kind of set dates or anything, or just try to go throughout someone else's track. Just kind of, went through it slowly. And, that was one thing I ended up enjoying. But, like I said, it was a long and hard process.
Okay, if there are no more questions for the Rickards Raiders, we definitely want to thank Coach Lewis for bringing his guys out to Media Day. We're going to pause and take a quick break, and when we come back, we will be joined by our next team on the panel.
They came back around like I took a selling points. I got a bag now, but it's nothing to brag about. Blast in the background, I'm a black man with the bloodhounds. 10-10 making love sounds to a bad chick. She from uptown, no from down south, not a loud mouth. We can fuck around. Hit the music, baby, cut it down. Hit it while you do me indubitably. I feel like I'm a now. I feel like a bust down. When I shine bright, blind is up now. In the cut, big black truck sacked up. You can pick it up now. Looking it okay. Push the off of the porch or break up down. Get this if it happen to blow, it makes a round sounds. Piss a cat on my lap, push it back and go to town. Putting rap on my back and I'm black and snatching crowns.
I know I can't afford to stop for one moment.
Welcome to the Elixir Experience.
Me
and my money attached emotionally. I get a clutch, and if you get too close to me, I'm at the top where I'm supposed to be. Jumping in the game, looking like they coaching me. 400 rats ain't but a show to me. I'm on the road and I bet that you're with me. When I'm in traffic, it's always up with me. Pillsbury, man, I keep dough with me. From the back, she giving me, and I ain't even pull my pants down. Jump in the box and slide to the other side, it's always a man down. Draw down, hands in the air, make one move, get down. Giving out smoke so long, they don't even wanna talk no more, they just run down. No lock doors, I serve with a Got spent, she was hanging with the ops. We call him Mickey, talk to the cops. I was on punch, they'll keep the slop. Back in the day, I invest in the block. Fast forward now, I'm investing in stocks. On that. Don't play cause I'm very invested in shots.
Push the off of the porch or break up down. Get this if it happen to blow, it makes a round sounds. Get on my lap, push it back and go to town. Putting rap on down. Putting rap on down.
DJ Elixir.
attitude, BBL, you know she extra. Got this thing bumping clean as a whistle. In the kitchen, scale for him and a pistol. Yeah, we cooking now. You know this. Yeah, we cooking now. You know this. Yeah, we cooking now. You know this pressure cause they looking now. They looking for me, but they weren't looking out. Got your shit together, sookie now. Oh, we feel so me, you know we lit. They gon' run this bitch just like a P6. I done fell in love with a thick beat. I done fell in love with a rich. Shawty know she pressure, talking high blood. Put two girls together like a hybrid. You know I've been trapping since the dollar. If they gon' hate, then let them hate, the money pile up. When your friend calls, say hello, pressure speaking. Tower on the door, but that pressure reeking. I done took a shroom with the 42. I done started whistling like 42.
Pressure bust pipes, the weapon tuck nice. I only bust tights, cause I'm so precise. Your phone run nice, I'm all night. I don't handcuff and I read her rights. I'm on that pressure, she on that bass, I'm on that treble. I'm on her level, she say her brother, he got them birds, we ruffle his feathers. Watch what you tell us, pressure cooker. Extra, got my section full of smoking dope, you can smell the boogers. Break your nose like Devin Booker, and all my some second lookers. And I got bros with extra blookers. And I got Nina, and I got Maggie, and they both got extra sisters. I be putting pressure on the plug, I get tricked special by the plug. The feds putting pressure on me, but I don't even sweat in the hot tub. I be putting pressure on my lungs, I'ma fill a whole blunt with pressure like a stack of 100 ones. You still a bowl under pressure, though.
You in green territory, policeman, green suit. Talk about on the magazine, they just want powder, they gon' tweet. By the checks, bitch, know I get fly in a parachute. That bitch I hit up bottom and top for a parachute. I'm affiliated with the ones that's gon' bring hell through. Pull a 4 and a 16, I'm a real dude to stand up. I throw on 17, this races, that's to go gamble. I'm a real street nigga, therefore I'm on the handle. A meal cash and all 20, she look real sloppy. Introduce the world to chicken, let these rappers copy. All the lights all over my body, never play hockey. Why the going, I'm chillin' in the mountains hiking. I'm always ballin' in New York, but never been to Dykeman. 20 racks on when I stand, don't need a bitch to like me. All I want is money, nothing else excite me. I get checks, no Nike, but I got blood prices. The streets hot, they spinning like a ceiling fan. If you get caught up, don't you tell to get up out the jam. Zone 1 to 6 in Atlanta, like gangland. Everybody going crazy for them free bands. You in green territory, policeman, green suit. Talk about on the magazine, they just want powder, they gon' tweet. By the checks, bitch, know I get fly in a parachute. That bitch I hit up bottom and top for a parachute. I'm affiliated with the ones that's gon' bring hell through. Pull a 4 and a 16, I'm a real dude to stand up. I throw on 17, this races, that's to go gamble. I'm a real street nigga, therefore I'm on the handle. Told my boy to handle. Told my bitch to leave me alone, go home and on the handle. Told my bitch to leave me alone. My baby, don't give a fuck about none of this shit. Leave me alone, don't text my phone. It is what it is, I'm on what you on.
My he ain't boy ain't good for numbers. Lodge like you wish on. Boy, you with that.
Asking me about in the city that she think I'm. Look it in her eyes before I lie. I'd rather tell her nothing.
You ain't got to say now, huh? Come.
I'd rather tell her nothing, smirking in her face.
What the fuck?
Then I say change the subject. Let me know right now. What if it ain't no future us? Cause 1 too close to 0, gotta keep me some on touch. She like, oh, you do too much. So I reply, you don't do enough. Even when we be into it, I can still pull up and walking straight up out the house. You say I never hug and kiss you. Trying to see me every weekend. Damn, I need space to miss you. Know I love you, babe. Our problems go away when my dick in you. When I caught myself trying to do right here, go another issue. My baby, don't give a fuck about none of this. Leave me alone, don't text my phone. It is what it is, I'm on what you on.
My he ain't boy ain't good for numbers. Lodging like you wish on. Boy, you with that all that telling folks I'm crazy. Tell them how you got me f***ed up. Your mom ain't got no daughters, boy, you ain't them brother. Then you told me that you knew the she ain't safe. Oh, cheating, toxic. With my man today, back outside tomorrow. I be done with him today, then be at his house tomorrow.
All right, and welcome back to Media Day 2024. We want to thank one of our biggest supporters, Dataset Ready, for being proud sponsors of Media Day and Four Quarters Online. I want to give them a huge shout out for being a part of what we do. We also definitely want to give a huge shout out to Lucy Mann and her staff here at the Tucker Center. They do a great job working with Four Quarters Online, and we're definitely proud to be partners with them. Now, we are joined by the St. John Paul II Panthers and their coach, Coach Akoff. So, Coach, thank you for bringing your team out, and we'll give you a couple of minutes to go ahead and talk about the upcoming season and introduce who you brought with you today.
All right. Thank you. My name is Coach Jared Akoff. I'm the assistant head coach with St. John Paul II. Coming into my fifth season with the Panthers, I brought our senior class, minus maybe a couple people. I'll let them introduce themselves. They've been excited about doing this, so I'll let them speak for themselves. But just to talk about the team a little bit, our probably most challenging time and thing would be replacing our 24th class of 24 was our incoming freshman class that we brought when we first came in, replacing quarterback, defensive backs, D-line, some important linemen. That's going to probably be our biggest challenge this season. But we're looking forward to the challenge. We believe in, difficult road makes us, a little better. Iron does sharpen iron for us. So we're looking forward to this season and getting these guys. 25, they are excited about their future as well. And then just trying to build on what we've been starting to build from day one.
My name is Ethan Braun. I play receiver, class of 25.
I'm Julian Thompson, class 25, linebacker.
Christian Williams, class 25, DN.
Brandon Berry, class 25, running back.
Travion Dickey, class of 25, receiver.
First up for the players, guys, how's summer gone, and how excited are you for fall?
The summer's going great, putting in a lot of great work during the off season. So we're prepared for this upcoming season. Have a lot of good players coming back, ready for a great season.
Coach or players, this is for any of y'all. Where do you want to see the most growth from the time fall camp starts to when that first game kicks off?
For me personally, just continue to play as one. Our motto this year is we are one, so we want to make sure we continue to play as one and grow together and play as a team and play as one unit. Strength is in numbers, but when you play together, we're a whole lot stronger. So we just make sure everybody believes in that, and we play that way throughout the fall season.
For the guys up there, I know last year regional final appearance, and I know how that game went too. Started the comeback, onside kick looked like it went your guys' way. It wasn't called, but has that been a motivating factor for you guys? To try and get back. I know the schedule this year has its challenges, but it has its successes that you guys could have. Just how motivated are you guys to try and get back to that stage?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. We're hungry. This is the hungriest we've ever been in about 5 years since we've been there. We got a lot of revenge games. I like to say teams we lost to that we shouldn't have lost to. 8-23 gonna be a movie. That's all I gotta say.
Any of the other guys want to add on to that one, or if not, Coach? I mean, from your perspective, what have you seen in this group? You said that they're hungry, but how have you seen that hunger in that development through these, through this camp and into the fall?
Pretty much work ethic wise, we do a lot of 7-on-7, playing against local schools, as well as going to camps and doing 7-on-7 camps. So even for Julian here and even him playing DN, they're working on other skills outside of that main skill to get better, to make them more versatile, to be more appealing to colleges. And as we've been going to camps, they've been getting offers, getting looked at, and coaches giving them good advice, and they're bringing it back and working on it, not just taking it and saying, okay, thank you for that advice. They're actually coming back and putting in that work to get better. So they understand the Class 25, they are the new leaders. Big shoes to follow. As heartbreaking as that game was, we were still in it and still felt like we had a chance. So we're just gonna build on that and take on this first game, like we're supposed to be there. So it's like every other season, we're supposed to be there. We make the schedule intentionally to face these people because we may be a smaller school, but we feel like we the same kids in the city like everybody else, and we can take on anybody in the city. That's why we got pretty much everybody on the city this year on the schedule. So be ready for us because we coming.
Coach Mark Adams, 4 Quarters Online. One of the things about your program is just looking at the level of talent that comes year in and year out with each team. What do you feel like that sets you? What are some of the things you feel like that sets you all apart from some of the other additions of the Panthers going into this season?
Pretty much just our consistency, our group of coaches. We've been together. Some of us have been together for years. So the way we coach, the way we instill into the players, and we prove that, hey, we're going to get you there if you put in the work, and just let them know that, work will get you where you want to be. It's not given. You have to earn it. No matter how talented you are, you still have to work. And we've proven it year after year. Guys come in on that cusp of being better or being great, and they put in the work, and they see the greatness in the end. So we get those guys to come back and talk to us, talk to the players, and the city sees it. Everybody sees that, we produce some pretty talented people. First-round draft pick this year, so we understand that, good things can come out of small school if you put in the work. And I think that particular guy exemplifies hard work to the max. So you understand you can beat a small school, but if you work hard, you can still go to the NFL and see your dreams come true. So all these kids believe in that, and that's why they come to us, so they know that that's what we work hard at doing every day.
Coach, when Terrion came back earlier in the summer, how was the visit? Just talking with your players, or just even anything motivational tidbits? Did he have any advice for you guys?
I'm gonna have one of them speak to it. I was actually at work that day, so I missed it. I had to catch it. I did speak to him afterwards, but I just had to catch it after. But they was there, so they can speak more on how that atmosphere was.
When he came back for his day, it was pretty much talking to us about legacy. He went to all these public schools, and then he came back to John Paul, and all he did was set a legacy for the rest of us. So now it's up to us to maintain that legacy and uphold what he's built. His first years at JP2, they didn't win much. Since then, we've went to the second round of the playoffs, and this year we're hoping to win state. So it's just maintaining our legacy.
Fellas, following up on that, how inspiring is it to see a guy who's been in your shoes at JP2, not only played at the Power 5 level, but now is a first-round draft pick? How inspiring is that, and how motivating is that to know that can happen at JP2?
It's super motivating seeing a guy come out of JP2, a school that only has 200 students, go to the NFL. And, it's just pushing all of us to work harder, knowing that we can come from a tiny school and have our dreams come true. So it's just very motivating and inspiring.
One final question for you guys. I know I heard the term revenge games, and I definitely heard the term being able to pick up and kind of, if anything, you talked about some of the games that you felt like you left something on the table and then kind of close things out. What has been, if anything, what has been the biggest difference in whether it be in the weight room or practice that you feel like will be the difference maker so that you don't leave some of those games on the table?
I believe the biggest difference is players coming back. Last year we brought in a lot of transfer players. This year it's the same group. Nobody's transferred out. It's the same group, honestly, since my freshman year. Me, Brandon, Julian, Mills, he's not here right now, but all of us, we've grown up. So it's like going through all of these 3 years so far. It's like all we have now is our senior year to give it all we got. So we're going to keep working, we're going to keep executing, and we're going to make sure we handle the job for our seniors that couldn't do it.
Okay, if there are no more questions for the Panthers, we definitely want to appreciate them for joining us here at Media Day. Best of luck to you guys this season. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we will be joined by our next team on the panel.
Everybody yelling, we too deep, we too deep, we too deep. Everybody yelling.
Try me, boy. I be with my squad. Catching bodies, boy. Too deep, talking crazy, that'll get you murked. Coming down the hill, where we real and we getting turned. Turn up. In the field, and we shut it down. Turn up. Turn this valley to a body sound. Everybody going nuts. Yeah, we hitting hard and showing up. All them boys, they going crazy. And the defense turning up. 300. Now we just ain't got no chill. You know we for real. We turn it when we hit the field. Everybody with us is real. And they going crazy like soon as we run down the hill. That's all you gon' hear when we knocking you out. You thought you was real, but that's not what you about.
I know you see those warriors at the top of the hill. Ain't nobody hold us back. We too real. The roar of a champion. All you hear is people scream. All in the stadium. Everybody yelling, we too deep. We too deep. We too deep. Everybody yelling, we too deep. We too deep. We too deep. Everybody yelling.
Yoda, drop the beat and go.
Be the last one standing, 2 hands in the air, I'm a champion. You'll be looking up at me when it's over. I live for the battle, I'm a soldier. Yeah, I'm a fighter like Rocky. Put your flag on your back like Ali. Yeah, I'm the greatest, I'm stronger. Bet my dues, can't lose, I'm my own, yeah.
All right, and welcome back to 2024 Media Day presented by Four Quarters Online here at the Tucker Center. We want to give a huge shout out to the Tucker Center staff for hosting Four Quarters Online Media Day. They do a great job here. It's our third year here, so it's our new home. So we're appreciative to them. We also want to thank Data Set Ready for being proud sponsors of Four Quarters Online and everything we do here at Media Day. Joining us now on the panel are the Maclay Marauders and their head coach, Coach Coley. We definitely want to thank you for bringing everybody out. And we want you to take a moment and introduce the army of kids that you brought with you today. And go ahead and introduce us to this year's edition of Marauder Football.
All right, thank you. First of all, thank you, Four Quarters Online. Mark, you're awesome. Thanks a lot. Coach in the lobby, we love you. I want to let them introduce themselves. They're going to be quick. I had to bring all these guys. Sorry, but they deserved it, how they worked, so it's going to take a second.
Rollins Miller, linebacker, class of 2025.
Ryder Marks, DN, class of 2025.
BB Potter, running back, linebacker, class of 2025.
Keaton Beach, center, class of 2024.
George Grant, quarterback, class of 2025.
Zeke Podgorski, tight end, class 2025.
Andrew Berenson, class of 2025, guard.
Adam Bailey, linebacker, class of 2025.
Abram Wildrick, class of 2026, DN.
Nash Bashir's class of 2025, receiver and DB.
Davis Malone, class 2025, safety / outside linebacker.
Coach, are you going to get a letter from the FHSA with him saying as big as he is saying 2024? It's all good. It's all good. We'll figure out a way to edit it out. You good. You good. Coach, go ahead and tell us about this year's Marauder football team.
Yeah, of course, everybody's up here, and it kicks off here in less than a week, so everybody's really, really excited. But, this is a special group. This is my third year with the team, and this group you got up here, mainly the 2025 class, we have 13 people in the senior class. For us, that's big. And all of these guys, when we first got here, I think it was Jack Williams asked, what is your goal at Maclay? And I was like, let's restore the passion of football in Maclay. Let them know that, man, you can do it. You can play with any school out there. You just got to, put the work in. And these guys are the one who done it. I mean, you're looking at everybody up here had over 95%, attendance during the summer workouts, and every single one of them got stronger. Every single one of them got faster. Every single one of them got bigger. I mean, you look at this kid put on 15 pounds, and of course, this one put on weight. But everybody up here probably rate 10, 15 pounds of just muscle mass, and we got like 12, 15 people that's power cleaning over 225 pounds. And we've never had that before. So we're going through our max testing now, and we finish it off tomorrow and just ready to get started on the 29th.
Coach, guys, I got to ask, there's a lot of road trips on a lot of schedules this year, but I don't think there's any quite as far as Ireland. How excited are you guys? And also just what are some of the challenges of going out there and playing a football game in a different continent?
Well, I'll answer coming to the logistics, and I'll let a couple players, share their thoughts and their excitement on it. We are excited. We know that's a big trip, and not a lot of people get to do it. We are fortunate, and we're blessed to be able to go do something like that. We're thankful for our administration and our school and our families and our supporters that allow us to do that. But it's a business trip. It's going to be fun, but it is a business trip. We're playing Wyndham School out of New Hampshire. They're a team that has 82 kids. We're a team that has 50 kids, So we're an air raid team. They're a triple option team. So it should be, lightning and thunder and ice and fire. So it's going to be the exact opposite, but it's going to be fun. We're looking forward to it.
Yeah, so as a team, we're super excited. We know a lot of teams don't get this opportunity, so we're going to try and make the best of it. Come home with a win, but we want to go there. We have practice when we get there, so we need to lock in for the game, get ready after all the travel, and come home with a win, and we're super excited.
It's definitely a great experience, but there probably will be a couple distractions. Going to a new country, we got to stay focused. We got to make sure we're locked in by game time. We're not worrying about anything else. Again, we're going on a business trip, so got to go play football and got to go beat them.
Another question for the players. For the guys who've been here since Coach has been here, where do you feel like you've seen the program and the roster grow the most in that time?
I definitely think. Okay, I definitely think we've all gotten closer to Coach. So I joined sophomore year, the year that he came, and I think this whole class right here, we all love Coach. We've grown close to him. He's been all we've really known. I think he's really made us get in the weight room, and that's the best thing for us. And we all love being in the weight room. That's what's different about this class. I think we all really enjoyed putting the work in. And he's tough on us, and we're tough on ourselves, and I think that's what makes us a good team.
I was also a sophomore when he came in. We all love his offense. We all love how he coaches. He gets on to us, but he gives us freedom, and we get to talk and let him know our options, and he listens to us, and that's what makes us I like this offense a lot.
Coach, opposite question to you. Where have you seen these seniors grow the most since you've gotten here?
I just think the confidence in themselves and each other. Like coming into last year, we were young. We replaced a lot of people. We had people playing new positions. We only maybe 2 returning starters on offense, two or three on defense. This year we come in with 10 returning starters. We're only starting 2 people that are playing both ways. I mean, so you got Nash up here who's a DB and receiver, your Ryder who's an offense lineman and defense lineman, and BB who's coming in as a middle linebacker and running back. But that's huge for us. Late in the game, that's going to be really, really big on us. Not only are those people going to be fresh, but they're also experienced and fresh. So we're looking forward to it. This group, they have grown together to see how they mesh, not only on the field, but in the weight room or just out socially. We took a camp to Alabama, and, we did a 3-day trip, faced 2 5A schools and a 7-day school over there, some OTAs, and just see how they bonded on that. It was great. I'm really looking forward to see what they do together.
Hey, how you doing, Coach? Gerald Thomas from the Tallahassee Democrat. Last season, y'all win y'all fair share of games, and I know y'all just want to keep the momentum going. These guys talk about when you got here, you're going into year 3. Just talking about just keeping the momentum going for the Maclay football program.
Just keep doing what we're doing. I think the recipe that we've had for growth has been great, and it's working. And, we just got to keep laying that down for the future people that's coming up, behind us. I mean, right now we're where we want to be as far as, we're looking good for the season. No, are we ready yet? I mean, are we 100%? No, there's things we got to fix. We're not as good as we want to be. But I think the recipe that we set out and we've been working on these past 2 years is going to kind of play out this 3rd year.
Coach, you kind of touched on it, but, last year you said 2-way heavy, and now, only just a couple of guys are going to be playing that. Just to go a little bit further on that, for those guys who maybe played 2-way last year and get to kind of take a step back and focus on one position, what's the biggest area of growth you've seen in that regard?
Just the knowledge of the game, too, in their position. And you take Davis and Rollins, who came in 3 years ago. That's the first year ever playing football, and you're trying to learn and play 2 positions on 2 sides, and that was a lot for them. Now this year, Davis is a strong safety and outside linebacker, and Rollins is an inside linebacker, and a new defense that we have. It's just they're able to concentrate on that. Now, they still play some reps on offense. Don't get me wrong. They can come in. They're our 5th, 6th, 7th receivers, but we have 4 really, really strong receivers that just play one way, and that's except for Nash, but he's like the Energizer Bunny. That kid he doesn't waver. But no, it's huge for us, and but what it does is it gets more people wanting to play because you don't see the same 11 people on the field at the same time. So I think that's why our program has grown in the years, because we do have more kids on the field playing on Friday night, and we have created a JV team. So it's just better for the future of the program, too.
Coach, you and I talked earlier in the summer, right, or I think it was right at the end of spring practice. We talked. You mentioned how proud of your guys in just in the way that they were handling not being overly excited for the trip, but being locked in, and that their goals were bigger than just Ireland and having a big game like that. Has it carried it on throughout the summer? Or you still feel like your team is locked in and has big goals for the season?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we take it, I guess, event at a time. During the season, it's week by week, and in the summer, it's basically the same thing. This week, Coach Boatfield does a great job on the strength conditioning and weight room portion, but then you have your other stuff that you have to go do, whether it be the FSU 707 or the team camp that we went to in Alabama, or we did some great work with Wakulla and, at home with some all-season stuff as well. I mean, everything that we go, we're not looking ahead. We're not thinking. I mean, we're thinking district championship, but there's so many steps to go ahead before we get there. And this team is this group right here you see in front of them. They've done a great job of let's just stay focused on getting better every single day.
Question for the guys. I had a chance to watch you guys up close and personal last season, obviously. One of the things that we noticed was just the adversity. Some games were definitely in it for a minute, and then maybe some things fell apart late in the stretch of the game. How do you feel like you guys are going to put the effort in to make sure that you guys finish the game coming out on top this year?
Yeah, we definitely fell short some of the games. NFC, we were down 3 of our starting 4 receivers. The two-way thing is going to help us a lot with closing games and finishing, and we definitely are just a better squad all around, returning all these guys, and it's going to help too. So yeah.
I think the inexperienced thing last year could have cost us. We had a couple of rookie mistakes, but having everyone back that played on the Lions last year, that'll be a big plus for us this year. So those rookie mistakes will be gone for the most part, and just having more leaders out there that have been playing for a while is definitely going to help us out.
I also want to say we've been conditioning a lot. Like Coach said, all these guys have over 95% of their workouts, so we've been doing sprints every morning at 7 a.m., and we've been getting ready for the season.
Coach, you mentioned a little bit earlier just about, and I think you guys battled the injury bug a little bit last year, just the adversity of going through things. What would you say is the attitude difference, especially, off season it can get kind of monotonous, kind of boring until you kind of line up and spot the ball and get ready to play. What has been kind of, at least amongst your coaching staff, what have been some of the things that you guys have really keyed in on as far as like this year's team and the things that you guys are excited about?
Man, I do think us as Maclay, in the past, people have looked at us and said, well, that's Maclay. And I think that these guys right here on the stage and the rest of them that's going to be with them on Friday nights on the field, they want to change that. And I think they can, and I think they will. And that's what we've been talking about as a coaching staff too. We're in that third year of a staff being together, that's that year. And we know that this is the year that things can happen. This is a talented group. I mean, we returned a quarterback. He was a first-year quarterback, and he threw for over 2,500 yards, and he rushed for over 1,000. He collected 36 touchdowns total. Nobody's talking about him, and I love it because we feel like we're still up under the radar. And I'd prefer that just people, the way they look at us.
Coach, one final question. You talked about being under the radar for you and also the guys. It's hard to be under the radar when you got the recruiting train coming through Maclay at Meridian Road. There's a lot of guys on your team that are getting some buzz. How has that been? Because I know it appears to be kind of intermittent at Maclay, where a couple of cycles, a couple of seasons, there's no recruits, and then all of a sudden, boom, things explode. Do you think that's a product of the hard work that you guys have put in over the past couple of seasons?
And it is, and it's not just one person. It's not one coach. And it's not, it's everything that goes into it. Like I mentioned earlier, we have one of the best strength conditioning coordinators in the state of Florida, and these kids love him, and they bust their butt for him, and they bust their butt not only for me but all of our assistant coaches as well. And that's just what this group is, and that's how they're going to be, and that's why they're going to be successful not only on the football field, but they're going to be successful in life because they have that attitude as well.
I'll just pick back off what Coach said. I mean, we love playing for each other. We love playing for this coaching staff. And I feel like the biggest thing last year is we dropped a couple games early, like a couple close games. But we learned how to win as a team. We learned how to win close games. And so as the season went on, we won more close games. We did a lot better the second half of the season winning those close games. I think that is going to help us a lot for this season.
Yeah, so I think the squad is actually really great because, I mean, we just been losing a lot. Like, all of our players every year. We just rotate through new players, and this squad, we've been staying together. I mean, we hang out with each other. It's like a new community. It's not really just about football no more. It's about, like, everybody hanging out. And, you know, like, I didn't know my quarterback when I came to high school, but going on trips with him, I feel like I live with these guys. I see them every day. I see them mornings, afternoons, practice, out of school. Like, it's not just football anymore, and we just all tired of just letting go too early. We gonna stay in the game the whole time now.
All right, if there are no more questions for the Maclay Marauders, we definitely want to thank them for joining us here at Media Day. Guys, best of luck to you all this season, and we definitely look forward to catching some more of the Marauders in action later on this year. We're going to take a quick break and pause, and when we come back, we'll be joined by the Gadsden County Jaguars.
In my city, we get lit, that's what a movie say. And you can't come up with all that goofy. And you can't come up in my city, think you movie. You can't be acting like you with it, that's stupid. That's what. And you can't tweak up off them pills, cause we gon' do you. He off a pill, it's ill, is it even real? He got a glizzy with no bullets, do he even kill? What? Niggas dissing when they rap, should we call it drill? What? Niggas capping in they rap, should we give them deals? What? He off a pill, ill, is it even real? He got a glizzy with no bullets, do he even kill? What? Dissing when they rap, should we call it drill? What? Niggas capping in they rap, should we give them deals?
Talking all that rah-rah, I don't feel it though. Like the plan B didn't work, baby, I'm in this. You ready and she ready. Well, she tryna. He think he handsome, it's a ransom. We done line him up. She got some bun, touch the gum. Who I'm tryna. I'm in the strippy with a blicky and a lot of ones. My name is always in that mouth. I got that juicy. LV, loose. She got Louis. Ain't gon' lie, it's that. Hit it from the back. She playing rap, she throwing cat in that Uber black. One on my like Kalani, one look like Normani. Me and my bottle flipper, we like tipping tiny. If this Bezos in the club, then you know where to find me. Oh my diamonds, Celiani, this tell it shine. I'm making cash, you shaking, I'm really moving. I'm really eating up, I'm out here chewing. Too many in my city, think they doing. Too many arms that I don't know who the is this. Scared to face me by themselves, they start recruiting. I pull up to their face, they don't be doing. And I'm ready with receipts, I be proving. I blow 50 racks and target on some stupid. If I hear must be so there, I can lose it. I'm not gonna go,
That's a
go, I
rookie,
don't
it's a
care.
mistake.
I don't
Hey.
care.
DJ Lixer.
Got 'em kissing through the phone, clicking up so they don't feel alone. Ay, man, seeing me, I'm young money, CMB. I used to roll with CMG. The house is not a B&B. The bad waiting on it like I'm P&D. I'm steady pushing PTSD. I told her to kiss me in the club, the TMZ. I used to want a GMC when what was doing B&E. We revving up and going on a run like the DMC. I lay up with her for a couple days, then it's BRB. Rappers love asking if I'm when you know he did. When you know he did. She came in heels, but she left out on a cozy. Hey, I'm living every 24 that Kobe did. Shout out to the 6, RP to 8. Sweat it's getting late. I'm on 10 for the cake. Get a lot of love from 12, but I don't reciprocate. 51 division, stay patrolling when it's late. 21, my Eddie, so the knife is on the gate. All the dogs eating off a baccarat plate. See Drake and they underestimate. Take it from a vet, that's a rookie, it's a mistake. Ayy, gotta throw a party for them they been waiting for. They ain't in the studio, but they'll lay some. Ready? Gotta throw a party for my day ones.
I used to pray for times like this, to rhyme like this, so I had to grind like that, to shine like this. In a matter of time I spent on some locked up in the back of the paddy wagon, cuffs locked on wrist. See my dreams unfold, nightmares come true. It was time to marry the game, and I said, yeah, I do. If you want it, you gotta see it with a clear eye view. Got shorty, she tryin' bless me like I said I chew. Like a sneeze. Please for them trick and squeeze, I'm getting cream. Never let them get in between of what we started. Lord, but I'm lying hearted. They love me when I was stuck and they hated when I departed. I go and get it regardless. Draw it like I'm an artist, no crawling. Went straight to walking with foreigns in my garages are foreign. Menaging, sucking and swallowing anything for $1. They tell me get him, I got him. I did it without an album. I did it with Mariah. Lord, I'm on fire. Icy as a hockey ring, Philly Flyers. When I bought the Rolls Royce, they thought it was lease. Then I bought that new Ferrari, hey, to rest in peace. Hey, to rest in peace to the parking lot. Phantom so big, can't even fit in the parking spot. You ain't talking about my then what you talking about? Gangsters moving silent, and I don't talk a lot. I don't say a word. Was on my grind and now I got what I deserve. Hold on, wait a minute. Y'all thought I was finished. When I would ask them all, y'all thought it was winning. Flexing on these, some like Papa on his Spanish, double E. That's 14 rows, hey, the captain, I'm lieutenant. I'm the type of kind that big casting, grind like I'm broke. That Lambo, my new, she don't ride like my ghost. I'm riding around my city with my hands on my toes. Cause these want me dead, and I gotta make it back home. Cause my mama need that bill money, my son needs some milk. These try to take my life, they around, get killed. You around, you around, get smoked. Cause these Philly top off women don't around, no joke. No, all I know is murder. When it come to me, I got young that's rolling. I got throwing bees. I done did the DOS. I done did the KODs. Every time I'm in that bitch, I get the throwing dirt.
All right, and welcome back to Media Day here at the Tucker Center. We definitely want to give a huge shout out to Data Set Ready for being proud sponsors of Media Day. And for everything they do for Four Quarters Online. We are now joined by the Gadsden County Jaguars. Coach, I'm going to go ahead and let you introduce the Army you brought with you. And then I guess we'll coordinate sharing mics. But, yeah, go ahead and tell us about Gadsden County football, and then we'll see if we can get these guys' names called up.
So Gadsden County football for the 2024 season, very excited. Got a great group. The thing we've been preaching this year is discipline, discipline, discipline. We've seen before where you can have talent, kids get, but you're not going to win the big game. That's what. And now I'm going to start on this end with the end. Well,
my name is Antonio Vasquez, class 25 linebacker.
Austin Powell, O-line, 225.
Jamar Stokes, 2025 DB.
Devontae Roberts, 2025 athlete.
Jeremiah Thomas, 2025 athlete.
Tristan Davis, 2025 running back. Kimarian Battles, 2025 running back.
Corey and Dennis, 2025 O-line D-line.
Samontre Paramore, 2025 D-line.
Zylan Martin, 2025 receiver.
Jaden Whitley, 2025 quarterback.
Byron Jackson, class 2025 linebacker edge.
Antoine Menier, 2025 D-line.
Arthur Lawson III, 2025 O-line. Jamarian Williams, 2025 tight end.
Dalen Green, 2027 linebacker.
So yeah, that's everybody. Well, it's not everybody, but that's everybody who's here.
All right, Coach Ellison, go ahead and let us in on this year's edition of Jaguar football.
This year, like I said, we're trying to play a brand of fast, physical, and smart football. Again, before last year, we left the season with a bitter taste in our mouth. Got the score ran up on us in the playoff game, so it wasn't a good feeling. Definitely wake up every day and watch that game. So my kids, we actually can attest to it. We were watching that game today after workout. So it's definitely on our mind, and that's definitely not how we want to end our season this year. So we're doing everything that we can to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Hey, Coach, good to see you. as we hear everyone introduce themselves, a lot of 2025, a lot of veteran leadership on this team, you know, and you talked about how last season, you know, left that bitter taste in your guys' mouth. How important is it to have these veteran guys and to know, like, in those big moments, you can rely on them on the field and, you know, just kind of getting to where you want to be this season?
It's huge. At the end of the day, a lot of them are 2025 is their last go around. So it's going to mean a lot more to them. They know every practice matters. Every practice could be their last. And at the end of the day, every one of them want to fight for a ring. None of them have a ring at the moment, so they know that what we've been doing up to that point hasn't been it. So they're working hard this year, and I'm excited for what to come.
Schedule-wise, you know, you look at it, a lot of road tests for you guys, a lot of games away from home. How do you prepare for that? And, you know, what have been the things you guys have been doing in practice to kind of help get ready for those moments?
At the end of the day, football is football. The reason we wanted to travel and test ourselves, I didn't get into the business to play teams that, you know, had lesser talent and things of that level and try to go 9-0, 10-0 just for my record. That doesn't really do anything for you in the playoffs, and those usually aren't the teams that win state championships. So try to model after teams who usually win and try to test ourselves during the season so we can go through those bumps and things before the playoffs, and we kind of know who we are and what we need to work on.
For the guys up there, how's this summer been? You know, kickoff's almost here. I mean, this is kind of your unofficial start. Next week, practice gets underway, and it's the last warm-up before the real games start. You know, how has it been for you guys, and what are you just really most looking forward to coming into this year?
Summer it's been okay, I say. A lot of people leaving, coming in. We just dealing with adversity, but, you know, everybody stick together. You know, and nobody, you know, by themselves is a whole team.
I'm coming. It's been a good summer, in my opinion. You know, I'm a newcomer, so now I like the team that we have. I see a lot of, I heard a lot about the discipline being better, and that's where it starts at. And we're gonna be.
Last one for the guys, and then I'll hand up the mic. You know, I asked Coach about it, and you heard him say, you know, he didn't get in the business to play. You know, teams at home, he knows he can win, so he wants a challenge, and he's challenging guys on the road against really talented teams this year. How do you guys embrace that challenge, and is it something you guys really look forward to kind of, you know, get out there and just face some of the best competition in the state?
Yeah, like what Coach was saying, we ain't come to play Rudipool teams. We just go 10-0. We came to get prepared for college competition. And it's really a mind thing. It's not a tough schedule. I really think it's a mind thing. You know, coming in the game scared because of name. Everybody just do their job and should be all right.
He answered the question, dog. But yeah, like he was saying, it's really just a mind thing. Really, like traveling and stuff to other schools and stuff like that. Man, we ain't worried about it for real. We just want to play hard, win the game, put up touchdowns on the scoreboard. And that's it, really.
We human just like they human.
This one is for the players. It's really no secret. The recruiting train has just been rolling through where you guys are. Just all the buzz up until I think I can go back all the way to January. Just the number of schools that have been coming through. Talk to me a little bit about what the process has been like for you guys, and then also how, you know, just looking at how, you know, just each individual has his own merits, but how has that inspired you guys as a team, seeing your team is getting recruited as well?
It's a great feeling coming out there competing with your boys every day, because like a lot of us came in together and we all seniors, so we all got a common interest and a common goal. We just want to, you feel me, piece it together. We just, everybody take their talents, put it all together, and we want to go as far as we can.
as far as getting recruited, you know, like it's every kid's dream to come out of high school and get recruited and go to play any level of football. You know what I'm saying? So, like, it does inspire me to work harder and see all my friends get recruited and stuff like that. And like, I say it's a main part of why I came here.
Coach, you and I talked a little bit earlier in the summer. We talked about, you know, just team building and synergy and all of those things like that. How has the process been this summer? And then what are some of the other things that you are looking forward to as this team tries to gel together?
Summer's been, like I said, up and down. It's been pretty good. A lot of the kids have been coming in. Some of them are seniors. They've known each other from previous years. They haven't always played together. So it's just been a lot of them getting to know each other, being at the field house. That's why we usually there from 9 to 12:30, 9 to 1. Just letting them get around each other and bond and things of that nature. Talk about things outside of football. We have a family day, a water day planned on Thursday coming up that we'll be doing at the school. And like I said, we have a couple out-of-town trips this year, so just looking forward to getting away and letting those kids bond and just see there's things outside of Gadsden County.
So hold up, there's going to be a water day?
Yeah, Thursday.
Who's getting hit first with a water balloon?
Russell Hamilton.
Yeah.
So who's running laps first?
No, like I said, at the end of the day, they've done everything I asked this summer. The discipline has been a lot better. So right now, like I said, if I got to get hit with a couple water balloons, if that's the cost, I'll take it.
This one's for you, Dalen. I saw you reclassified, and I know up here on the stage you're one of the youngest guys up here. To get to learn from these guys, but to compete with these guys, how important is that for your development and just kind of, you know, the decision to take that step back?
I say that's very important. Just seeing these guys, how they get recruited. And I'm getting recruited the same way, so I just look up to them. And yeah.
Coach, following up on taking trips, having water days, getting these guys together off the field, how important is building that chemistry there, getting these guys comfortable with each other, having that sort of fun? How important is that to learning and communicating and bonding on the field?
It's very important. We had to learn the hard way last year. It's very cool for kids to want to get recruited. It's very cool for, you know, that to be one of the reasons why they want to be a part of a program. But at the end of the day, they have to like each other. They have to care about one another. Last year, we had a great group of kids, but I felt like they didn't really get to know each other and things like that. And when times got hard, sometimes we leaned on, well, I'm okay because I'm going here, or I'm okay because I'm doing this. This year's team, I haven't really heard anybody talk about offers or things like that. They're really, well, lately. Now they're just talking about winning football games, what they can do to make the program better and make each other. And the biggest thing is how excited they are for each other when somebody else gets an offer. That's probably been the biggest thing for this offseason.
One final question for the guys up on the stage. As we go into 2024, a lot of what's happening now, I had a chance to talk to your coach about it, and just looking at the landscape changing in high school football. We talked about conversations about just how, you know, pretty much just NIL is coming involved. Looking at the way the landscape has changed, do you feel more like you are informed about how some of the new rulings have come out? Does it make you excited? Does it make you cautious? Does it make you feel like you need to get more information?
I think I'm going to answer that for them. The biggest thing I preach, because a lot of people think they hear NIL and it's, oh, I play football, so I'm going to get money. The biggest thing, like I told them, at the next level, nobody's going to pay you if you're not making plays. People are paying the people that are household names. They're paying the people that, again, are going to bring money and revenue to their program. So as of right now, I don't think anybody up here is focused on NILs. They're focused on competing, getting to school, and maximizing their potential when they get to school. So I think I'm going to answer that one for them.
Okay, if there are no more questions for the Gadsden County football team, we definitely want to thank them and Coach Ellington for coming out today at Media Day. We're going to take a pause for a short break, and when we come back, we'll be joined by the Wakulla War Eagles.
Thank you for having us.
This is real life, the only one we get to live. I remember being broken, thinking something's gotta give. This is real life, everything we do is legendary, and we gon' do it till the day we in the cemetery. Real life, it feel like I'm dreaming. Used to feel like I was nothing, now my life has meaning. Said this is real life. This is real life. Yeah, I've been fiending for this moment. I've been dreaming about this moment. I guess this is how it feel to have everything you ever wanted. Writing these records like a dissertation. Why the fans going crazy from anticipation? Man, 9 years, that's a lot of patience. And now I'm looking at my idols and feeling adjacent. It's a hell of a long way from back in the basement. Looking at hip-hop, trying to find my placement. I bought my first pair of Jordans at 22. Same year I bought a crib too. Now my face in magazines I used to flip through, and my music on all the sites I used to sift through. Remember meeting Nas for the first time. Shook his hand and he started quoting my lines. Said he a fan, this is my time. I'ma get it, I'ma do it till we prime time. Yeah, I told him every single day that I be at it, in the studio recording like an addict. He said that real hip hop, I had it. Thinking to myself, man, you made ill mad. This is real life, the only one we get to live. I remember being broken, thinking something's gotta give. This is real life, everything we do is legendary, and we gon' do it till the day we in the cemetery. Real life, it feel like I'm dreaming. Used to feel like I was nothing, now my life has meaning. Said this is real life, man, this is real life. I used to wonder what it feel like. I guess we back again with another verse about how much I'm black again. You don't like it, blame God for the packaging. Bringing up my race, don't call me a white rapper then. They judging me by my skin tone instead of my talent, man, these motherfuckers been wrong. But it's all good, I just thought I'd address it and spell it out for people so they can finally assess it. This is dedicated to anyone with a dream and a realization of what following it means. Breaking the cycle and not following your genes. That perfect moment when your logic intervenes and lets you know that everything ain't always what it seems. But if you're really looking, I promise you'll find your dreams. This is everything I ever wanted. Half of y'all won't get it, the other half will probably laugh and wonder how I did it. I just spit it from my mind, one word at a time. Take everything I'm going through and put it in a rhyme. I'd be lying if I said I didn't have a lot of weight upon my shoulders. But this is my therapy as I flow this, spilling out my heart. I just hope somebody notice. I've been real from the start, and you motherfuckers notice. Once my name elevated, that's when the fame escalated. But on the real, I've grown accustomed to the stares. People watching every move I make like it was theirs. All up in my business and even my personal affairs. Now, I know I talk a lot of game, but I ain't trying to sell you. Cause honestly, I can show you better than I can tell you. And even though there's been moments when everything had fell through, we kept it moving, assuming even the greatest failed too. I swear this business is do or die. I never contemplated suicide, I'm too alive in front of thousands, but I'm talking like it's you and I. And every day fewer find their dreams because fewer try. This is real life, the only one we get to live. I remember being broken, thinking something's gotta give. This is real life, everything we do is legendary, and we gon' do it till the day we in the cemetery. Real life, it feel like I'm dreaming. Used to feel like I was nothing, now my life has meaning. Said this is real life, man, this is real life. I used to wonder what it feel like.
Everything I see made me everything I am. Everything I do, I'm a man behind mine. I stand behind mine. Everything I see made me everything I am. I stand behind mine. Everything I do, I'm a man behind mine.
Said welcome to forever. Welcome to forever. Welcome to forever.
I thought a bro said something. Talking, but they still ain't saying nothing. We gon' trap this down till the feds come.
All right, and welcome back to Media Day. We are now joined by the Wakulla War Eagles and their head coach, Coach Scott Cleese. Coach, thank you so much for joining us here at Media Day. Go ahead and take a moment, introduce your team and who you brought with you, and then we'll let you talk about War Eagle football.
All right, we'll start with these guys and let them introduce themselves. We'll start here at the end.
Jalen Jones, 24, athlete.
Chris Smith, class of 2020.
27, my fault.
Chris Smith, class of 25, linebacker.
Owen Cleese, class of 26, quarterback.
Mason Blair, class of 2025, guard.
Robert Williams, class of 25, center.
Simon Ransom, class of 25, running back.
Dakota Green, class of 25, DB.
Avion Thomas, class of 26, and wide receiver and DB.
You know, these things are really good. That's the first time I've heard Sion talk in 4 years. So, you know, these things are always good. But we want to thank Four Quarters Online, Tallahassee Democrat, WCTV. What y'all do for high school football is really special, and we appreciate y'all's guys and how much hard work y'all put into it to get these guys exposures. We're going to be a young team this year, which we're excited about. We got a lot of speed, I believe is our strength. We just have to mature as a team. We're working on our depth, which is one of the weaknesses, but that's coming on. We've had a great summer, one of the best summers I've had since I've been there. I've been at Wakulla for 23 years, and we expect to have another really, really good season this year. It's just how we do and how we respond to things, bumps in the roads will determine our season. And that's with being young, we're going to have bumps in the roads, and how we handle those situations will definitely be interesting throughout the year.
Coach, this one's for you. You kind of mentioned it. You guys are a young team this year. You lose that senior class from last year that featured so many of the players that you guys heavily used. But how do you change some of your coaching adjustments and styles in the summer to adapt to that young class? And what is so exciting about this group that you've seen from them so far?
You know, the hard work, the dedication, you know, it's ingrained in these guys. Every summer, the work we put in, we pride ourselves in our summer workouts. We go, you know, every day from 9 to 11:30. Then we throw 2 to 3 times a week. We were invited to go to the Nike 11 on. You know, a lot of things we do in order to prepare for the season. And when you have a young team, you got to put them in those situations over the summer. We threw a little more 7-on-7 than we usually do, just because these guys need more reps to get ready for the season. So we're excited. I think definitely our speed is going to be an advantage. Our low line is very athletic, very talented, and our defense will strike you. So we're untested, so we won't know until our first game, really, you know, what these guys will do, but we're eager to see them step up to the challenge.
And another one for you, the FHSA reshuffling things again, no more Metro Suburban, some new classifications and divisions. Has that changed anything for you guys in your approach, or is it just kind of the same old? It's just a new system that we gotta play in.
Yeah, you really can't put too much into that, and what I mean by that is FHSA is changing every 2 years, so we're gonna have something new, pretty much every two years, and the bottom line is you just got to play football. You got to win the games that are on your schedule in front of you. We're not going to go out and recruit or do anything. We play with Wakulla kids. We're not trying to build a team. We got our team, and we got our guys, and we like who we are. Shortcuts never get you where you need to go. So that's who we are, and we're going to stand by that, and we doggone been pretty successful doing it that way.
This question is for Owen. Owen, coming into this season, you're officially the starter. Hayden is now graduated and gone. Talk about your experience your freshman year when you had to step in for Hayden when he broke his collarbone, how that has helped prepare you for your moment now.
Yeah, it's definitely helped me a lot having those couple games under my belt, kind of. It definitely gave me a standard on what it's going to be like playing this year. And, yeah, it's just gave me a reason of what those games are like.
Conrad Hilton, 4 Quarters Online. Coach, you said that you have a young team. What is the urgency to get to a championship?
There's really no urgency. We've been to championships. You know what I'm saying? My whole coaching staff has. This year, to get to a championship, you have to have a lot of breaks go your way, no matter how talented you are. You have to make plays. Your playmakers have to make plays. You got to play together as a team. There's so much goes into it in order to get to a championship and win to a championship. I think staying focused, one goal, and just doing the things that are the right things, practice the right way. Those are the things that make the difference when they're tight games, if you're going to win or lose. Are you disciplined not to jump off sides? Do you not turn the ball over? All those things. So you got a young team. We're probably going to turn the ball over early. I hope not, but we probably are. How you react to that and how you grow, and if you get better each and every week, then you have a chance to win a championship.
Coach, with a young squad, where do you hope to see the most growth from the time fall camp opens to the times you lace them up and play this first game?
I think character. I think building men. I want to see these young men become men. Football is going to be football. We're going to get better at that because I control that. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to make sure that happens. But I'm worried about, where this world's heading, number one. But more important, as coaches, we should be developing young men to become men. And that's our goal as coaches to start with. We want them to improve each and every week. If we do that and they do character-wise improve, they stick together as one, and they become a team, then this will be no different than any other Wakulla team. You'll be talking about us like you do every year. At the end of the year, we'll be in the playoffs.
For you guys, obviously everybody knows the Wakulla standard around these parts. Just how important is it to you to uphold that and how you work and how you go about things?
Basically just trying to keep the rhythm going from the guys that were before us to us seniors now, is just trying to leave that legacy and just own it, like living up to what everybody's left before you. And main thing on your mind is state championship, but you still got to win those games before you can get to it.
I mean, we have a ton of potential this year, and we just want to live up to that potential. And we've been working all summer to try and reach that potential, and we just keep working together, being a better team, being better leaders as us seniors, and we just want to keep fighting and do the best we can.
Coach Mark with 4 Quarters Online. You and I talked a couple of weeks ago just about the ever-changing landscape and everything, and just how there's still, a lot of interest in making sure that you, like you were just saying, young men develop and grow into men. Talk to me about some of the unique things that you all do with your program just to make sure that guys are if anything, developing into not only great football players but also what we would call great people.
That's a great question, and the cool thing about Wakulla is these kids have grown up together playing since they're 6 years old. And I've coached them since they were 6 years old pretty much, because I go down to the rec league every Saturday since I've been there. I go down to the rec league and I'm either coaching or somewhere involved in that. And, this is a tight-knit group. Wakulla County is a tight-knit group. So they're surrounded by love right from the beginning. Our rec park coaches have been coaching 20 or 30 years down there. Same coaches. So then you come through our middle schools, which are fantastic, and then they get to high school. And then when they get to high school, they automatically get a plan where we got the best guidance counselor in the world. So she's automatically setting them up for their classes to be eligible to go to college automatically. Miss Camper, she's just phenomenal. Then our teachers help them get that. They can go to tutoring every day after school from 2 to 2:45 before we start practice at 3 o'clock. So there's a million things we do, and we're very proud. But it takes a community to build young men, and we got a lot of help. It's just not the football coaches; it's the teachers, it's administrators, and it's also the people involved that love football in Wakulla County. There's no place like playing a Friday night game in Wakulla, period. We're going to pack it out. They're going to close the stores down, and it's going to be exciting. So I think it's a little part of everything to grow young men.
Coach, again, you mentioned there's no other place like Wakulla County for football on Friday night. Can you just like chime in on like the importance of a small town, like small town school and like everybody coming in the community being behind it?
Yeah, there's nothing like it. You see these TV shows all the time, and they say Friday Night Lights and everything, but we live it. And like I said, you're going to have our home side completely packed out just about for every single game, and it's a big thing in our school. Our kids are excited, and we have a lot in it. We have a great band, we have great cheerleaders, and it's a small community feel that you just don't get in every place. And it's a great place to be, a great place to play. And usually it's not very hard for us to get a schedule either, because people know they're going to make a lot of money off us because our fans travel. So, they like us playing. When we go to Jincock Stadium or we go to other places, we're going to fill those bleachers as well as a visiting team.
Hi, Coach. Kelly Harper with Wakulla News. My question is for Scion. I know you're very shy, and I'm going to kill you right now. You were a really good player last year. As a senior this year, how do you plan on stepping up and leading the team, even though you're very shy and quiet?
He just talked for the first time, and now she's putting the pressure on him. Well, here we go, Scion.
I'm doing my best to win.
All right, and Coach, my other question was, how does your offense differ this year? What have you changed going from Hayden to Owen this year?
We don't change a whole lot at Wakulla. We want to be physical in our approach on both offense and defense. Some years we throw more than we run. Some years we run more than we throw. So it's a talent thing where our playmakers are. This year we're going to be well-rounded. I think our running backs are really, really good. I think our offensive line is really, really good. I think our quarterback's okay. No, I just see that that's my son. So, but I think, a lot of people like to compare. Ever since they were little, they compared Hayden and Owen against each other, which is kind of unfair. But Owen's his own dude, and he's a special dude. And you're going to see him do his thing. He's not Hayden. He's Owen. So, we expect him to be very, very good at what he does, and I think y'all will be talking about him by the end of the year as well.
And my last question is for the guys. Who's the player on the team that you're most excited to play with this year?
Two cut.
I'm ready to play with Chris. Just because he's got that mentality, he's going to go hit somebody, so that always gets everybody fired up on the sidelines, and I like what he does.
I'm excited to play with Wyatt Jones. He's one of our newer players on the offensive line, young kid, and he's really developing into his role, and I think he's going to do good things this year.
I'm most excited about playing with the seniors because this is our last year, and most of us, we played for Coach Cleves back in Rec Park, so this is our last ride as a team, and I'm just excited to play for the seniors.
We need to work on putting them in speech class, some of these guys.
Got to fight through adversity.
Correct.
Well, Coach, with most of the team being as young as they are, they'll have other opportunities here at Media Day.
That's correct.
If there are no more questions for the Wakulla War Eagles, we definitely want to thank Coach Cleese for joining us. Coach, thank you for being joining us along the ride. I think you're one of the most. I think you and Coach Hinkman are the elder statesmen as far as tenure. So we appreciate it. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be joined by our next team on the panel.
Thank you all.
Can't swap a dime for a penny. You know that's a stupid decision. Head first with it. I shot a shot at my. Really didn't think before I did it. Make it make sense. Luckily, I was on point with the last one. Kept my receipts. Warranted good. Make sure I got her for a refund when I gave her back to the street. Forever I rip, put the set on the chain. I'm thugging you, already know how I came. Yeah, you got money, but be lame. I Lambo the life, told her get out the rain. Her manny and pitty, same color my teeth. She got a blue chick and a chick without me. Nice hood, riding in the phone on E. Sick of the COVID-19. Karate to walk it, trying to kick the cup. Came up like Giannis, I get bigger bucks. Got 4 different choppers right there in this truck. I'm just being honest, I can get you touched. Put you in the blender, I can get you slush. I see the comments, but really unbothered. I know it's hurting, she salty, I scarred her. Beware what you lay up and say to these, they can't hold water. Period. I thought a bro said something. But they still ain't saying nothing. We gon' trap this out till the feds come. Run it up, huh? What she say? I thought a said something. How I go when I'm talking, you listen. Cut her off cause she spoke on the business. Go.
I'm Mr. Body Catcher, Slaughter Gang Soul Snatcher. Ain't no regular F-150, this a rapper. No capper, street, not a rapper. Hit him and he turned into a booty clapper. Smith & Wesson, I'm 4L gang reppin'. We done baptized more than a damn reverend. Kappa Alpha, me and my gang, we do all the steppin'. Who you checkin'? It's FN, shoot east or west end. Poppy outside, and he got the double R, drop it outside. Check the weather and it's getting real oppy outside. I'ma drop it, then have these dropping like some mother type of that can't look me in the eyes. I despise when I see you better put that pride to the side. Many times, plenty times, I survive. Beef is live. Spoiler alert.
Easy out of here. Yeah. Recipes, bankroll, showing how to do it. Baby going crazy, he been getting straight to it. I done caused him many fights, I end up on the stories. Catch me in Atlanta, no security with my jewelry. Found out I'm rich, my baby mama talking soon. Another telling lies on the poop like you screwing me. Catch him down bad, that's just you and me. Side diamonds on the chain, he ain't fooling me. We was skipping school on the train, they controlling. See my main partner turn into a rat, he tell my ride. I pray the judge get a boy a bus so I can pop him. We was in the hood selling bags, shooting choppers out around and try to go and lease a helicopter. Baby really a problem, somebody gotta stop him. Man, I'm haters watching too hard, I think they got binoculars. Every nigga with me on go, it ain't no stopping us. It's acting like they got the bank, I'm trying to stop it up. Do this for the bros down the road, gotta lock it up. All you gotta do is say smoke, then we popping up. Baby got the streets on hold, he ain't drop it. I been going hard, it's gonna be hard for you to talk that. I make it look easy, but it really a process. I'm really a millionaire, still in the project. Baby putting on for the city, baby he the realest. Baby probably got a couple million. Baby having 4 or 5 kids. Baby got children, baby probably still dealing. Baby ain't a trapper, he a rapper. Baby making classics, baby in the hood getting active. Baby keep it real with his people, baby like a preacher. Baby probably still sell Look at him come around me acting gangsta, I ain't buying it. He tried to run off, I dumped the Draco where his spine is. 762 God, I got that name because I'm fine it. Red we live for life, post on the block, this where I'm dying it. My gun 300 shots don't come behind it. And if I ever ran, the police probably was behind me. Been in corner, jumping fences, hitting them gates, and now we lit. Who can't do a show up in the city? I'm flying with 30, toting the 50, sent 3 shots and bagged them up. Hey, you remember on that day I shot so fast to 50 bucks? Yo, you can't be the gang, you know it's hard for us to gain some trust. You wanna be the gang, you gotta sacrifice your life to us. I put a cap up on my head, no I can't never go out burr. Think my shooter then went there for something, cause all you do is stir. My name spread like the coronavirus, shots in the earth. Keep the about the spot, I call her trying to leave her.
All right, and welcome back to Media Day here at the Tucker Center, presented by 4 Quarters Online and brought to you by Dataset Ready. We appreciate the staff here at the Tucker Center for hosting us again, and we also appreciate our proud sponsor, Dataset Ready, for everything that they do on behalf of 4 Quarters Online. We also want to give a huge shout out to Jazz Blue, for being a sponsor of Four Quarters Online. So without further ado, we definitely want to introduce the Lincoln Trojans as they join us here on the panel, and assistant coach Maclay. Coach, thank you for coming out. Go ahead and introduce your guys and tell us about this year's editions of Trojan football.
Yeah, well, on behalf of our principal, Alan Birch, and our head coach, Jimmy Tyson, I want to just thank Four Quarters Online and all the local media for having us out today. I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic around and let them pick up the mics and introduce themselves. We'll start over here from left to right, I believe that is.
Tyler Howard, class 25 athlete.
Chauncey Warren, class of 25 linebacker.
KJ Arnold, class 25 athlete.
Gavin James, 2025 linebacker.
Christian Sims, class of 25 quarterback.
Makai Maddox, class of 2025 athlete.
Will Tawney, class of 2025 tight end.
Kevin Paul, class 2026 receiver.
Kendrick Scott, class of 2025 defensive tackle.
Caden Irvin, class of 2025 DB.
Nick Sabeski, class of 2025 middle linebacker.
Also want to introduce our linebacker and recruiting coach, Coach Eli Williams. That's the magic man. All the guys y'all see on Saturdays playing, he's responsible for a lot of
that. Coach, with everything that I know we've talked just off and on just about social media and everything, you guys do a fantastic job. Without, even looking at the talent level that's coming through Lincoln, you guys do a great job trying to showcase that in this new era of high school football. What do you do in particular to try and stay on top of that?
Yeah, well, the big thing is guys come to Lincoln to be stars. They've seen the Perry Fishers, the Raylan Wilsons, the Kevin Carters of the world come through Lincoln and do big things on and off the field. And so our guys come in as ninth graders, pretty much ready to take on that spotlight. I wouldn't say ready to always play big-time football yet, but they develop, but they come in with the mindset that they want to be great. And so they come to work like that every day, and they know the Trojan standard. They learn it as they go through the program.
Head Coach Tyson, and he mentioned all of the particulars that go into the program. You guys have exit interviews just to be able to talk to your seniors, and that's for me, that's a corporate term that I have not seen at the high school level. Talk to me a little bit about just some of the intricate things you guys do to keep the program in the shape that it's in and looking ahead to the future.
Well, I'll first start off by saying, we've won a couple JV city championships in a row now, thanks to our head JV coach, Coach Rod Lowry. And then our senior classes have been successful, been in the playoffs, winning district championships. As far as the exit interviews, I kind of hand it over to Gavin James here, let him talk about what those are like.
The main thing about the exit interview is just taking accountability of everything you didn't take care of during the football season and getting it better for the next season.
For the senior guys up there, you know how important it is to try and win in your senior year, and you want to leave a mark when you leave this program. For you guys, how motivated are you guys to kind of just leave your legacy at a program like Lincoln that we've heard talked about and the standard that's been set there? How motivated are you guys to do that?
I say we're really motivated. Wait, I forgot half your question. You could repeat it.
Just how motivated are you to have a strong senior season and kind of leave your mark on this Lincoln program?
I feel good. I feel like with the coaching staff, we had great coaches, and I'm like.
We were really excited because we just put in a lot of work. We take a lot of time out our day and our week to wake up early in the morning, put in a lot of work. We don't play around. We handle business, and we like to coach up our younger guys too, so they know what the standard is, and they just follow in our steps to be great and leave the same mark that we leave when we gone.
Liam, I wanted to follow up with that. The guys they don't speak as highly of themselves as I would, but if you come out to one of our practices, you'll see guys like KJ Arnold and Dub down here. They're coaching the young guys. You'll see them probably more than the coaches sometimes during our little walkthroughs and stuff that we do, and they'll go to the guys and coach them. And I think that's one of the things that we've been able to do over the offseason to grow a lot is our older guys coaching our younger guys, so they better understand it because they're teaching it now.
KJ, Chauncey, where does that leadership come from you guys? Is that something that's just been part of your game or something that you've learned during your time at high school?
Yes, sir. I mean, it just come with, like, doing it over time because, like, we got a lot of young guys, and they be willing to work, so we just coach them up and let them know if they mess up or something where they could fix that and get better on their craft as we get better as well. So.
Yeah, leadership is a big thing. We got to get the young guys right. We got a lot of returning guys on offense and defense, so we just trying to set a standard for the young guys so they could be better than us.
I got one more for you guys. Last season, a lot of ups, some downs, had to battle through some adversity. Just for you guys, how much has that played a part to your preparation for the season? Has it played a part at all? And, just what are you most looking forward to about getting on that field in just a couple weeks now?
I'm going to pass this to Nick Sabeski. I don't know if y'all know about Lincoln High School. It's tradition. We done had like 20 Sabeskis come through and play, and all his brothers been really good football players, including him. So I don't want to mess up the mojo, so I'm going to let him in.
Yeah, I was going to ask about his eligibility because I was like, it's been a Sabeski for about
Could you repeat the question?
12 years.
Just with how, last season went for you guys, the ups, the downs, the adversity you guys battled through, has that played a part in your preparation for the season at all, or you just kind of putting it behind you and you guys are excited to get on the field?
Well, I think we try to put it behind us, but it's still there. And we've been working hard this summer to try to get past that second-round curse in the playoffs. So I think we'll go handle that adversity pretty well, and we'll do pretty well.
Coach, 9-3 last year. You guys, pretty successful season by most standards, but the Trojan standard is always to go above and beyond. Do you see your team, this particular team, advancing deeper into the playoffs?
Great question. There's been a lot of teams up here, a lot of great coaches that have talked about things that they do in their program, and we do a lot of great things at Lincoln High School as well. I've had the fortune of being a player and a coach for state championship teams at Lincoln, and it feels a different way when a special group comes through. The fact that I got to watch Brandon Paul play at Lincoln High School and the great things he did, and now to see his son be one of our top guys making the plays that he's making now, it gives you chill bumps sometimes at practice to see that happening, to be an alum and to see these guys kind of, it's not the same old Lincoln. Everything's different now. The world's different now, but these guys have found a way to take who they are and apply it to the standard, and I think we're primed for a great season.
Yeah, that's crazy because it is very much like a full circle kind of moment. I think even today at Media Day, I've counted seven kids of former Big Bend area athletes that have been either a part of the team or on stage. So it's a very cool thing to happen. You guys' practices are definitely intense. I think that's putting it lightly. And this one's for the guys on stage. Do you guys feel like that's where you guys get a chance to really go at one another as far as being able to build, or as the statement goes, iron sharpens iron?
Yeah, man, 100%. Last year, I got to go against some good talent, some D1 talent. Alex Gale, he's now in college at Middle Tennessee. And iron sharpens iron. I can definitely say that. I got some guys up here, Christian Sims, Makai Maddox. We're going at KJ every day, but it's making everybody better. So I really believe that term, iron sharpens iron.
Anybody else want to jump in on that one?
These boys kind of shy, but Will Tawny down here, big time tight end. Cause hopefully nobody we play some people in the room, but this kid right
Which
here,
is weird because your practices aren't quiet. They not quiet.
yeah, but we'll let him speak. See if he got something to say.
Yes, sir. Definitely, our practices are really intense as we can like go at each other and try to make each other as good as we can be to get as far as we can in the playoffs.
I have a question for Coach Will over on the end. Coach, we definitely gonna need that recruiting list updated. But talk to me just a little bit about the process. Things are so different now as far as how college recruiting works and how just that entire process goes from just the inception of being a ninth grader and then matriculating all the way through the program and then finally being able to secure a scholarship. What do you think is the biggest thing that has changed over the years that stands out to you, and how can athletes make themselves ready, college ready?
This being at Lincoln, it's been easy. There's a lot of guys that came through came in part of the process, starting in ninth grade, ending in 12th grade. They, just the brand at Lincoln, it's made my job a little easier because the coaches know what the expectation that we have at our school. Just the stage of recruiting is different. We can talk about that later, but I don't want to get into the depths of that. But just the process that been at Lincoln, this made it a lot easier. So I'm gonna pass that to Coach McCray. Speak on that.
Yeah, I'd say it really starts in the classroom. Our teachers, our administration, Coach Tyson, they really preach that in order to have those opportunities when they come, you go make all the plays you want to on the field, but if you don't do it in the classroom, it's hard to go reach those levels. So that's a big thing. When we've had guys that have the measurables and have made the plays and are college level players, the big thing we're proud of, a lot of those guys have been able to be early enrollees and graduate early and things like that because of the infrastructure we have academically at Lincoln.
All right, if there are no more questions for the Lincoln Trojans, we definitely want to thank Coach McCray for bringing the team out. Best of luck to you guys this season. We're going to pause and take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be joined by our next team on the panel. Coach, I appreciate it.
Get emotional, 27 carry my out the ocean. I caught me a cardio skeleton, yeah. Go to the ocean. Bet the bad Lambo with Taurus. I step with the virus. I put it on the carbon. I put it on the charger. Do them that like a Dodger. Breaks longer than Martin. I came to school tardy. I was your daughter. Whole lot of bags. In the jag. Put some in the cash. Put the child in the trash. Let it hit like some ass. I get lettuce, that's cash. I go vet on that. On that finish. I'm staking my cash up. I'm skipping my bag. I was telling we were playing, but double up trying to spaz. I don't need my it's snakes in my grass. I'm spread sneaky ass. Her call, she love when I flex and shop in her mall, relieving her stress. I beat down her walls, she on her chest, she kissing my. We speed in the bed, don't stop at the laws. BVs on my neck, I shine in the dog. It's easy to slip, don't want you to fall. Walking with the drip, that make a ball. Shoot up, I got accurate aim. Double few mil, now I'm back like I came. That boy said my name, I went got me some strain. You know I don't crash, I just stay in my lane. Please don't compare because we not the same. Go on, ain't no gimmick, ain't clowning for fame. I trap for a living and been had a name. Work hard for these clone cars and watches and chains. Oh man, bro, what's got umbrellas, just whip for the rain. These folk them let me slip in the game. This let me went to her brain. She know I'm a beast and ain't easy to tame. She squirting on my sheets while I beat out her frame. Don't stop or back up, she still saying my name. In love with my life and you wish we could trade. She sent me a text, don't answer her call. She love when I flex and shop in the mall. Relieving her stress, I beat down her walls. Get on her chest, she kissing my. We speed in a bit, don't stop at the loss. VV's on my neck, I shine in the dark. It's easy to slip, don't want you to fall. Walking with the drip, that make it a ball.
All my life, been grinding all my life. Sacrifice, hustle paid the price. Want a slice, got to roll the dice, that's why. All my life, I've been grinding all my life. Look, all my life, been grinding all my life. Sacrifice, hustle paid the price. Want a slice, got to roll the dice, that's why. All my life, I've been grinding all my life. Look, I'm married to this game, that's who I made my wife. Said I die alone, I told that she probably right. One thing that's for sure, not a stranger to this life. Got a safe that's full of Franklins and a shoulder full of stripes. I don't know it like myself.
Okay, welcome back to Media Day here at the Tucker Center, presented by Four Quarters Online and brought to you by Dataset Ready, proud sponsors of Four Quarters Online and Media Day. We are now joined by the Blountstown Tigers on the panel and their head coach, Coach Wagner. Coach, thank you for bringing out your team this afternoon. Go ahead and talk to us about this year's edition of Blountstown football and what we can expect from the Tigers.
Well, Blountstown, we are a small 1A school, but a school that has a lot of tradition, has a high standard, and we're really excited about the team we have just coming back this next year. This is my first year here, but obviously last year we had 19 seniors last year. We got 3 kids. They're obviously on college teams now. They're fighting for starting positions at the Power 5 level. So at Blountstown, every year, even though this is a year that we're going to be young. But, for our community, the standard is always the same.
Coach, you mentioned it off the top. There's a tradition of success here at Blountstown. There's a tradition of excellence. Just how much did that draw you to wanting to be the head coach of the Tigers?
Well, there's no question that's what drew me here. I coached on staff at Georgia Tech, and, when we recruited this area here, that's kind of where I kind of found out about Blountstown. Blountstown is kind of in a unique area. It's kind of by itself. But just the community standpoint of everyone backs our football program. That's the only show in town. Again, the high expectations. I left a really good program to come here, but Blountstown had everything that I wanted as a program, as a coach. I've got a son that's growing up. He's going to be in 6th grade. That I want him also to grow in a community like this as well, and in a program that takes football as serious as it does.
Following up what you said, you're coming into a program that now has to have a youth movement. You lost a lot of guys last year. How much have you seen these guys grow throughout the summer, and what are you hoping to see more from the time you get into fall camp to when you kick off?
While we are young, we've got a talented group coming back. We got some seniors up here that have played a lot of football for Blountstown. But at Blountstown, even though we did lose a lot of people, that doesn't really change the standard of what our expectation is. We're expected to play on Thanksgiving weekend, and we're expected to play for a state championship. And so, with that being said, we are a young team. We got a lot of young talent coming up. We got some kids' names that maybe have not been out there in the media yet, but there'll be names that will be on college lists very soon. And like I said, we got a really good team coming back. How fast we grew up as a team will kind of determine where we are at the end of the year.
This is for any of the guys. How have summer workouts gone, and where do you feel like you've grown the most?
Well, while we're a 1A school, we're a little small school, but we have 80 kids on the football team. So we got a lot of kids in our program that play. Most all the boys in our school play. So with that being said, we've had summer workouts just like everybody has during the summer. Now at Blountstown, you don't have to worry about kids missing workouts. When I say we have 80 kids, we have 80 kids there every day. But that's the standard. That was set long before I was there. But these kids here have put in a lot of work before I got here. Coach Jordan was a really good football coach, and obviously a staple at Blountstown, former alumni there. But it's my job just to take the tradition that's there and make sure we build on it. But these kids, these guys stand beside me on both sides right here. But the ones we got back home, they put in a lot of work this summer to get ourselves ready for the season, and so we're excited about getting ready to start.
To any of the players, same question. How's summer gone for you guys, and how excited are you to get out to start fall camp?
It's gone well. Put in a lot of work in the weight room as well as the field, and I feel like we've improved a lot.
Definitely more intense this year. I think that work's going to pay out for us. It's going to be good.
It's been really hot outside every morning. We've definitely improved with Coach Matter coming in with his new system, and I think we'll be pretty good this year.
Coach, did they work out this morning?
Yes, we did. We work out pretty much all summer long. We bring them in at 7:45, and we go till 11 o'clock, and we feed them lunch before they leave every day. And we've done some 7-on-7s. A little bit what we're doing is probably a little bit different what they've done in the past. Anytime a new coach comes in, they got a different system. So there's some things that we'd probably do a little bit different than what they have been doing. A lot more running. But again, we're working, trying to get ready for that first game.
For the players, what has been your favorite part about working in new systems?
Getting to throw the ball. It's pretty fun. And getting to be able to use the athletes we have and getting them the ball in space is, I just like that a lot more.
Coach, when I talked to you earlier this year, you were still getting you were actually in the process of moving and still getting settled in. What was really the goal? I would say, just as you got to know your guys and started learning everyone, what was your goal as you started learning these guys and just personality types and just understanding who you have on your team?
Anytime you come somewhere different, leaving a place where I was at, you come to Bluntstown, obviously it's different kids, it's a different program. So you're trying to get these kids to obviously to buy into what you're doing, but at the same time, you kind of just hit the ground running. I've been here since March, and so I haven't had really a chance to sit back and reflect on a whole lot of things yet. We've been in full go from the first day I got here in the weight room, then on the spring practice, and then obviously into our summer program. But these kids here are resilient. These kids, like I said, Bluntstown, these kids. They understand that they know what the community is all about. That they know what the football program is all about, and these kids have bought into what we're doing. They want to be good. Football is important to them. So with that being said, that's kind of been the easy part for me. Obviously, we put in a new offense, put in a new defense, and all that. But they've caught on well, and we still got a long ways to go. But we're working. We're getting better every day.
This question is also for the players. Where do you see Bluntstown football in November?
Practicing in Thanksgiving.
Well, Coach, while you get these guys ready for the next year's media day, same question for you. Where do you see your team at the end of the regular season?
Obviously, our goal is probably coach's talk, but our goal is obviously to get better every single week. But the standard's been set at Bluntstown. They've always played on Thanksgiving weekend, so we don't want to be that team that doesn't. We are young, but by November, we're not going to be young anymore. So our goal is obviously to be playing on Thanksgiving, but our goals right now are just to get better every week. We've got to improve each week. Our young guys are going to improve. We're going to have to stay healthy. There's all kind of ingredients that go into having a good season. But right now, our total focus right now is just getting ready for that first game. And we just got to take it week by week, and we got to continue to improve as a team. And if these guys will do that, then there'll be a good likelihood that we can still be playing by then.
Okay, if there are no more questions for the Bluntstown Tigers, we definitely appreciate Coach Wagner and the Tigers for joining us here at Media Day. Best of luck to you guys this season. And we will be joined by our next team, the NFC Eagles, in just a few short moments. Okay, and welcome back to Media Day 2024, brought to you by Four Quarters Online, sponsored by Data Set Ready. We are now joined by the North Florida Christian Eagles and their head coach, Coach Nichols. Coach, thank you so much for joining us here today. Go ahead and talk to us about Eagle football this season, and go ahead and also introduce who you brought with you today.
Yeah, thank you for having us today. I'm new, got here around April of this year. Got here for spring ball with these kids. Been working really hard. They lost a big group from last year, 23 seniors. We got a really, really young group coming back, but a lot of excitement in the program. I'm going to pass this around, let these guys introduce themselves.
Riley Smith, class of 2025, kicker. Caleb Alkema, class of 26, receiver and linebacker.
Marcus Rozier, class of 26, linebacker and edge.
Preston Marks, class of 25, linebacker.
All right, Coach. Being new to the area and then especially the transition of moving in, what was one of the first things you kind of took to task taking over the program?
Yeah, they've had a lot of tradition in NFC over the years. Coming from Mississippi here for the last 8 years, I've been in Florida before in the Gainesville area at Buchholz High School. So we've known about NFC and the traditions that they have there. So being a part of that program, stepping in over there, it all starts in the weight room. It's one of the first things I did the day I got on campus. When they lifted in the afternoon, I wanted to go in there and see what that looks like. And these guys put in work. When they get in the weight room, they get after it. It's all on the clock. It's time, and they push each other every single day. They don't miss reps. They get after it every single day. That was the first thing I wanted to see getting on campus. And then, of course, their work ethic. When they get out on the field, these kids work really, really hard. They push each other. They hold each other accountable. And, you know, that's tough a lot of times for young kids, but they do a really, really good job, and I think that's been what the guys before them have instilled in these guys.
Coach, Liam Rooney from Tallahassee Democrat, nice to meet you. You know, you talked about your experience at Buchholz also as a player. You've had experience in Florida. This is not new to you. I know you've been outside Mississippi for the last few years, but, you know, just coming back into the Florida high school scene and, like you said, with a program like NFC, just what are you most excited about this season once you finally are able to get on the field?
I'm excited here at NFC. It's a little different coming from out of the state. The speed here in Florida is unbelievable. It's great to watch these kids. Had a lot of size in Mississippi. They do have speed, but it's not like across the board that they have here. I'm excited about what we're going to bring offensively for these guys. Similar to Coach Hill last year, we're going to throw it a lot. We're going to go really, really fast. We kind of the pace. We chart it every day. Every single play is charted on time before the ball snapped, and we try to go in from 11 to 14 seconds every day. We get percentages on that at the end of the day of where we stand and how we got to pick that pace up. Defensively, we're going to put a lot of pressure. We're going to sit back at times. We love to roll coverages and different things, but we're excited about these guys picking it up. And it's not what we know as coaches. It's what we can get these guys to do every day and be consistent doing it. That's what's going to make us successful.
For my defensive guys, how excited are you to bring pressure and have a defense that keeps offenses on their toes?
I mean, it's nice, you know, being aggressive and keeping everyone on their toes and just not keeping the other team uncomfortable. It's a nice opportunity to have.
I'm very excited about the defense this year. Our defense is very aggressive. We like to get to a quarterback and put pressure on the other team. And, yeah, we're looking to do that this year.
It's definitely going to be fun to be able to bring all that extra pressure and hit them with different blitzes and stuff.
Coach, go ahead, Mark. You're good, man. Coach, taking over a program like NFC that has the pedigree and the history that it does, just have you kind of felt that responsibility taking this job and just how much people expect of this team?
Yeah, it is pressured NFC, and I like it. That's the good thing. We look forward to that, and we want to go out there and do everything we can do from the beginning. Do it right in the summer. Make it like it's second nature, and doing everything that we do on the field. So pressure's all what you put on it, on yourself to be able to do that. I love the pressure. I've been in those situations many times before, and all you can do is the best that you can do and what you've been trained to do, and do it full speed, and the outcomes will come. But if you play hard every single play, and you know you're giving your best every single play, I can live with that. But get out there and just get after it every play.
Schedule-wise, I know everybody's new for you, but I mean, you look at some of the opponents you have. I know you're playing the reigning 3A GISA state champ in Valwood, like these guys have played the last couple seasons. Just what can you tell me about what the next 14 weeks or so are going to look like for you guys?
Yeah, we're gonna. Summer's been pretty good for us. They've had to learn a whole new system on offense, and some of the terminologies was the same. Some of it was different. So they've done a really, really good job of picking that up. But we got a ways to go to get there. And just listening to some of the other people speak, it's early on. We got to. It's gonna probably take a little bumps and bruises early on, but I think it's going to be a quick fix before we get where we need to be. Middle of the season, get into the district play on that, and get ready to move forward into the playoffs.
For the guys up there, you know, last season, regional champs, you make it into that state Final Four. You know, everyone knows about the expectation at NFC, and you want to keep that going. And you have a fresh coach. For the guys, how have you been adapting? And, you know, when a new coach comes in, sometimes some of the players have to kind of also help that transition. What have you guys been doing in that leadership standpoint?
Yeah, the standard last year was set really high, and we just got to learn all the new plays, put in the work in the weight room every day to get better and live up to that standard. We lost a lot of seniors, so all the young guys got to step up and perform on the field.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely been a change, but we've had a lot of new guys step up.
Yeah, so last year lost a lot of guys, but it definitely helped having them around because we've been playing with them for years, practicing with them every day. They've definitely helped put in like the standard and what we need to be doing, and it was good being able to play with them, and it should help us in the end.
So if you know these guys, I mean, really, I think we got 2 starters on offense, 2 or 3, and 2 or 3 on defense. We lost, 23 seniors from last year, and these guys, like I said, they've working behind these guys with JP and those guys that were great leaders for them. These guys have been taught well from those older guys, and I'm excited. They're young. They're hungry. They didn't get a lot of playing time last year, but they're ready to go out there and show what they can do and put up some stats for them. And they're great leaders. I'm excited about that for these kids. They're young. They're learning early out there how to lead, and I'm excited to watch them and can't wait for the season to get started.
Coach, one of the things that, especially at NFC where there is a strong tradition, what are some of the things that you are looking to instill in this new team, whether it's, and I guess let me rephrase my question, what are some of the new things that you're trying to add on to the tradition that is already currently existing at NFC moving into this season?
Yeah, they've had great tradition and discipline for these guys to be a part of that, and fundamental football, which they've done, gap sound on defense, and offensively productive. We want completions. We got to have completions to be able to move the chains and do it at a real fast pace to be able to get that done. Other than that, the conditioning for these guys this summer has been brutal for them. I mean, we have track days, we have everything. We got hill days, we got everything. You can ask them. I mean, I think one day quite a few of them got a little sick on the track day, more than half of them on one of them. But they got back up and kept going and pushing each other through that. But these guys work really hard. They know the speed of what we're going to try to go on offense, so they're putting in the work to be able to handle that early on. And then game shape will kick in 3-4 games in for these guys. But early on, we will want to be able to set that tone early with the speed of what we're going to try to do on offense.
Question for the guys on stage. You guys definitely have made a tradition out of playing and practicing over Thanksgiving week. Where do you guys see yourselves at the end of November?
Well, through the season, I know we're going starting off. It might be a little rough, not much experience, but as long as we keep getting better each week, which I think we will, I think I can see us going pretty far.
At Thanksgiving break, see a lot of these young guys haven't stepped up by then, and it's looking like a new team by then.
And we do have a bunch of young guys. Like I said, they're going to have to get involved and haven't had to play much. But like these guys said, it's early on. It could be, touch and go there early. But I believe in them, and they believe in each other. And as long as they're one team, one unit here, and we can move forward, I think it's going to be a lot of success for these guys.
All right, if there are no more questions for the NFC Eagles, we definitely want to thank Coach Nichols for bringing his guys out to Media Day. We're going to pause and take a short break, and when we come back, we will be joined by Lafayette.
Time to man up, put my hands up. You saying, bruh, cause I'm a black man in the Phantom? Or is it cause my windows tinted, car cost $300,000 and I blow endo in it? You mad cause your daughter me on spring break? Well, I'm to spring break.
Roll another one cause I'm winning. In my photo, looking real photogenic. Gentleman attire in threads that won't.
Trouble, baby, did my thing, love me, hate me, all in London, yelling Georgia, Euro, better
All right, and welcome back to Media Day 2024 here at the Tucker Center, brought to you by Data Set Ready. They do an amazing job of backing and sponsoring Four Quarters Online, so we definitely appreciate them. We also want to give a huge shout out to the staff here at the Tucker Center. Lucy Mann and her staff have done a great job hosting us, so huge shout out to them. We're now joined by Lafayette, and their assistant coach, Coach Boney. Thank you so much for coming out, making the drive. We really appreciate it. Without further ado, we're going to let you go ahead and introduce who you brought with you, and go ahead and tell us about Hornet football.
Thank you guys for having us. I'll go ahead and let the guys introduce themselves.
Trevor Morris, class of 25, athlete.
Jordan Murphy, class of 25, athlete.
Troy Morris, left tackle, class 25.
And as for the team, you know, at Mayo, at Lafayette, we always have a really high standard. The community always rallies around us. We always have really high expectations, so the standard is the standard, and we expect to uphold that this season.
All right.
Guys, like Coach Boney just said, this is, Mayo football. This is what you guys dream about. I don't know how many of you guys grew up at Lafayette. I don't know how many of you guys grew up in the town, but if you did, to be a senior for the Hornets, what does this mean to you?
I mean, it means a lot because, like, the standard has always been high, and with Coach Marcus and Coach Boney coming in, they really push the guys to be great and who they're supposed to be and live up to the program.
It feels great because growing up, watching everybody play Lafayette football, it's just a position that you want to be in yourself. And now me having the opportunity to be a senior and lead this team, it's all riding on my back, and we're going to push forward.
It's an honor knowing so many greats that have came before you. As a little kid, you go into the games, you're not really paying attention, but you're always dreaming of that day to come, and here it is, make the most out of it.
Well, guys, this is for Coach or for anybody. I mean, just looking through the schedule, boy, you guys are on the road, and you've got some tough ones at Newberry, at Swanee, at Chiefland, at Chipley. How excited are you guys to play a gauntlet like that?
Man, we're really excited. We welcome the challenge. Coach Edwards and myself and all these guys, we really enjoy to push ourselves, to challenge ourselves, right? It'd be easy to schedule, 10 give-me's and then get to the playoffs and be, surprised by what we see. But we really wanted to challenge ourselves. These guys love to compete. They love, the competition, and we're just really excited. We know it's going to be tough, right? We know we're a small school. We know we're kind of light on our depth, but, knowing our guys and who they are and what we are as a program, I know we're going to look it in the face and meet up to the challenge.
Guys, for any of the players, how have summer workouts gone, and where do you feel like you've grown the most?
They've been pretty tough. We've been going each and every day. We've been short on a lot of the older guys, but the younger guys has really stepped up, so we're excited to see what they've got on the field. We've been on the board a lot, on the field. We've been lifting pretty heavy, trying to meet to the standard and have a great season.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Yeah, for us, summer's a really good time to get everybody in, to get stronger, to get on the whiteboard, to go over kind of what we're doing, what we're looking for, how we want to attack as a defense, offensively, what we're trying to get to, why we do things the way we do. And it's been great because we've had a lot of young guys that have, gotten stronger and learned a lot. So it's been a good summer.
Yeah, Coach, it's a full circle moment for us because I remember we featured you in our magazine years ago, eons ago. You're one of what I count to be like maybe 12 or 15 head or assistant head coaches that are back at their alma mater or still in the community in some shape or form coaching football. Talk to me about just what it means to be able to kind of help shape and mold the next edition into great athletes and great men.
Man, it just means a lot. Myself, Coach Edwards, Coach Murphy, Coach Lee, most of our coaches on the staff, we all played and graduated at Lafayette High School, and it just means the world. It's a great community. I'm excited to be able to raise my two sons in this community, and it means, I always wanted to be a coach, but coming back and actually being able to do it, it's just been a dream come true to be able to invest into these guys and see how much progress, how much better they get as young men and as athletes, and to see them succeed on the field. It's just been a true blessing, and I wouldn't want to be doing anything else.
Coach, at your alma mater, I know there's a handful of cases of that throughout the Big Bend. Speaking of one of your opponents, Kyler Hall, obviously at Swanee. For a guy like Jesse, who's starting out at Taylor County, what advice do you give to somebody who's going back to coach at their alma mater?
Man, just take it day by day, because there's going to be people in the community, people that you thought were your friends. They might be, if you're not succeeding, up front, they might try to say some things about you. But you just have to. At the end of the day, it's about being yourself, and having that vision and waking up every day with a purpose to try to get that thing done. And even in the hardships, just wake up the next day and keep going.
Question for the players: 7-5 last season. Definitely some tough games, and definitely a couple of close ones in there. What are you guys looking to do as far as improvement to see if you can push this year's team deeper into the playoffs, or maybe perhaps like a couple others were a couple other players that we're talking about earlier in media day? Maybe there's a couple of revenge games where you feel like, man, we may have left some things on the table, and we certainly would like to get that back.
This year with a tougher schedule, and we all want to the leaders on the team, we all want to make sure that the young guys know that they're in the right place at the right time so they can play fast, play physical, and that way we can have a better season this year and make a deeper run. Because at the end of the day, football is a team sport, and everybody needs to be on the same page, so we all need to be able to play fast.
As leaders, we definitely want to make the practices way harder. Don't want no slack. We want everything 100% because that's how it be in the game. So we practice how we play, and pretty much just make sure we preach the standard to the young guys.
Taking it one game at a time. Make sure your guy beside you know what they're doing, so the thing can run a lot smoother.
When football ends, you got a career in voiceovers. You know that? Coach, one final question before we let you guys go. Just talk to me a little bit about, just some of the improvement areas that you've seen with this team going into this season from last season.
I would say one of the big things for us, we did lose a few key guys, but I would say as a whole, our team is probably going to have more depth, more capable bodies, which makes a big difference for us. We're a small school, and we already have small numbers, so there's going to be guys going both ways. But I feel like as a coaching staff, we feel more confident that we have more guys that we can roll in and have ready to go when we need them.
All right, well, Coach, I really appreciate you once again coming up to Media Day. Best of luck to you and your guys this season. We're going to pause and take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be joined by the Childs Timberwolves.
Never underestimate the heart of a champion, the heart of a champion, heart of a champion. Never underestimate the heart of a champion, heart of a champion, heart of a champion. Never underestimate the heart of a champion, heart of a champion, heart of a champion. Never underestimate the heart of a champion, heart of a champion, heart of a champion. Never underestimate the heart of a champion. The grind don't stop, better slip you an ambient. We down but not out, as we said to reload. Got our back against the wall, we still screaming let's go. Inch by inch, we gon' fight our way out. Clear eyes, full heart, all faith and no doubt. What them critics talking about, they can't control what we achieve. All things are possible to the team that will believe. Real soldiers rise up, team keep your eyes up. Some saying that it's over, but never mind us, just keep the grind up. We gon' fight
fight our way back. Our desire burning strong and you can't stop that. So look us in our eyes and tell us what you see. Our passion burning strong, we want it bad like 23. Our sense of power shift, just enough to start a spark. They can measure our size, but never our heart. Never underestimate the heart of a champion. The heart of a champion. Heart of a champion. Never underestimate the heart of a champion. Heart of a champion. Heart of a champion. Never underestimate the heart of a champion. Heart of a champion. Heart of a champion. Never underestimate the heart of a champion. Heart of a champion. Heart of a champion. Heart of a champion. Eye of the tiger. Honey badger spirit. Yes, I'm a fighter. No quit attitude. Boy, I'm a grinder. Hide and seek with victory. Yep, I'ma find ya. Don't look now, cause yes, I'm right behind ya. What them critics say, I don't know, cause they a liar. Started off cold, but now I am on fire. Glory to glory. Yes, I'm going higher. Tears in my eyes, that means I want it bad. What's your motivation? I do it for my dad. Got my team on my back, my family in my heart. Watch me paint a perfect picture, cause my work is my art. And I forgive them now when they don't believe in me.
All right, and welcome back to Media Day. Brought to you by fourquartersonline.com and presented by Data Set Ready. Big shout out to Data Set Ready for sponsoring Four Quarters Online and all that we do, especially here at Media Day. We are now joined by Coach Reagans and the Childs Timberwolves. Coach, thank you for joining us here at Media Day. Go ahead and introduce who you brought with you and talk to us about Timberwolves football.
I'm Coach Reagans. I'm going to let these guys introduce themselves.
Holton Harris, class of 2025, safety, wide receiver.
David Heron, class of 2025, O-line.
Jake Atwood, class of 2025, tight end. Bryson Floyd, class of 2025, linebacker.
All right, what you want to know, Mark?
Coach, you know, one of the things that we talked about, especially when our last conversation, we talked about just how football has changed. You know, the entire, you know, from top to bottom, it's a different game. And you also mentioned that there's some things that you do to kind of keep just some of the things that you learned under Coach Bowden in your playing days and try to keep some of those traditions alive in your own program. Talk to me just a little bit about just how the summer has gone and just, you know, that whole concept of just loving up on your guys and building them up that way.
We've had a good summer with a lot of kids involved in the program coming from the middle school. We're around 135 kids in workouts. Not there every day. We're around 100 every day, which I'm pretty excited about because it's mainly all the varsity kids are there all the time, putting in the work. I just think what we're trying to do is to me is totally different than the way I was coached, the way I learned to coach when I was first getting into coaching. I'm trying to make it because kids are different. We got to coach different as coaches. We got to make it fun, and we got to be able to laugh and cut up and do things that are going to, you know, make the kids enjoy it a little more because there's so many things they could be doing now. All four of these guys, I promise you, are probably going home and they're going to sit on the computer for 2 hours or 3 hours or more to play that college football game or whatever, pro football game. What is it? Come on, guys, y'all know. College, NCAA.
Is Childs in the game yet?
I have no idea. Yes,
you've got him in the game?
Okay. Well, I mean, I want to make football, you know, because truthfully and statistically speaking, not a lot of kids, the percentage of kids that are going to play at the next level are small. And it gets smaller with all the transfer portals and all the different things that are going on. It's harder for a high school kid to move on and get to play in college. So I want them to have the best experience they can in high school. We don't have cuts. Like I said, we got 135 kids that have at different times shown up for workouts. We're around 100 every day. And I want the kids, as many as possible, to be part of any kind of team sport. But football, the things you're going to learn from it far as life lessons and the hard work and commitment, dedication that you put into it, you'll gain so many different things from, just learning how to work hard. Had a great friend of mine that when I was the coach at Leon, he was a great player, played for Army, and he came back and he spoke to my football team and he said everything that he learned in high school playing football he uses in his daily life in his business, and he's a successful businessman here in Tallahassee. So I mean, I want all our kids to be able to experience the good parts of football. And I mean, we have good football players here that'll probably all play at the next level or have a good shot at it. So, that they're a small percentage of what we have at Childs. There's a lot of them there that won't get to, so I want them to have the best experience possible while they're there.
Coach, I always like to ask this as somebody going into their second year on the job. If you could tell yourself one thing a year ago about this program that you know now that you didn't know then, what would you tell yourself?
That very thing. Just try to make it fun for the kids, because it can be a grind, and we're just by location, we may not have the most talent as a lot of these schools in town. But we got hard-working kids that if they'll pay attention, we can teach them about football. We can teach them what they need to know about football. We want them to be able to grasp all the other things that we're trying to teach them. We talk about that what happens in the bricks. Our buildings are lots more. It's a lot more important than what happens on the grass. They need to take care of that part of their life, and then the grass out there on the football field will take care of itself. And again, this is totally off the radar for me from even 5 years ago, but I truly believe that there's too many other things for kids. I want to see kids do well and become great fathers and husbands and all the community members, all the things that are good about football. I want all our kids to experience that.
Coach, overall, what's the biggest thing that you're hoping to improve on from the time fall camp starts to the time you kick off game one?
I just be competitive. The old school in me, I want to be physical, hard-nosed football team. That was a trademark of my time as a player, and it's always been something that I coach towards. I want our kids to play hard, physical football, and I think we have that. And we got tough kids. Best 160-pound linebacker in the nation. 160 pounds now. Best 160-pound linebacker in the nation. I promise you. I don't think there's a possibility that there'd be a better one around. We got kids that can play football and understand football. We're going to be fine.
For the players, how did summer workouts go? Where do you feel like you got better?
It's been great in the weight room and in the field. Like you said, we're working competitive. Football is a game of competition. You want to be a winner. So we've just been working on in 7-on-7, just getting better in the field and in the weight room.
For me, probably definitely leadership. We need to lead better as seniors and teach the younger kids and do what we had when we were younger and build the program.
I think as some workouts is gone, we've been really competitive in the weight room. I think that it's a real good thing, and kind of keeping that tradition and bringing the young guys along, help them follow the tradition that we set.
Can you repeat the question?
How did summer workouts go, and where do you feel like you got better?
In the weight room, probably, with cleans and just the explosiveness of that. Just helps you throughout the game.
Coach, you mentioned that you have 100 players that you're working with. I noticed in the past that y'all actually dealt with depth issues. How's depth looking right now?
We got plenty of depth. It's just the quality sometimes not where we need it to be. We're trying to develop. We put a lot of time into developing young kids. During the summer, everybody, every kid in our program is getting the same coaching. When we do individuals in the fall, every kid's getting the best coaching they can. The varsity coaches and the JV coaches are all doing the same individual drills. They're all doing it together. So we want them to be all doing the same thing and getting this. It's not like we got the 65 JV kids going down and some community guys are down there doing the best they can to keep them from, spitting bubble gum on each other, whatever young kids do. They're all in the middle of our varsity individual drills learning the same stuff that the varsity kids learn. David Herring's been learning the same steps with his footwork, pulling, O-line play, all that stuff since the first day was on campus. Same with these other guys, tight ends, linebackers, safeties, been going through the same drills for all 4 years. And I think that's a big part of us trying to continue to develop kids. We have to be able to, they have to be fundamentally sound, and that's the first place for us to start.
This one's for Bryce and Holton. You guys were key figures in that defense last year, which was a strong part of the identity for the team heading into this season. Another year of development or coach. Just what are you guys most looking forward to on that side of the football?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Just defensively, what are you looking forward to on that side of the football? I know last year was such a big part of your guys' identity, and you guys were key players. Just how much are you looking forward to playing that role again?
Kind of just building on what we had last year. Our defense has kind of been our key force, what we had. Building on that, making more plays, getting the ball in our offensive hands.
Just working on the new kids that are stepping up to fill the roles that the seniors have left.
Coach, for you, kind of following up on that defensive point, to just get that production in year one from those guys while learning that system. And, I know you came from the defensive coordinator position, so it's probably easy. But, now official head coach, interim tag is gone. Just for you, how important is it to keep building, like Holton said, on what you guys did last season, and what are you looking to maybe improve or change?
Well, we're not going to change anything. I want to, again, I said from the whole time I've been in high school coaching defense, I wanted anything I was involved in to be known as a physical, hard-nosed, tough program, defense, mainly defense. I was head coach 6 years at Leon and going into my second year. But all of them I wanted, even before just coordinating, I wanted people to know that the kids that we put out there on defense are going to be tough, hard-nosed kids, and are going to strike you and going to play hard till the whistle blows. And, that's just something I've always tried to instill in anybody that plays football for us, but especially if they're on defense playing on my side of the football.
Question for the players. Mark, 4 quarters online. You look at last season, the 6-4 record really doesn't tell the tale. The 4 losses really were one-score games, and you guys were in every ball game. And looking at especially I think the Mosley game really was the eye opener for me. Just watching you guys play as a defense, you guys really looked formidable. And one of the things that just kind of when you get this kind of bird's eye view of everything, you can kind of see how everything comes together as a team. Looking at how last season came together for you guys, do you really feel like you guys are ready to put it together? Because a lot of what happens in one-score games is you look at missed opportunities, and whereas in this year, do you guys see how you can come together and really take advantage of those opportunities?
I think last year we were really young. We missed a lot of opportunities on offense, especially. And this year, I think we're going to look to pick up the defense a lot more, take advantage of the opportunities that they give us.
I want to say something about that. I have a sticker, a little sticky note on the bottom of my computer. It says the defense will be leaned on. And one of my coaches said that to me in the preseason last year. And I wrote it down and I stuck it on my computer, and it's been there since this time last year. And I think we had to lean on our defense last year, but I really believe we're a year older, more mature on offense, got a few more weapons, got a healthy tight end, state champion discus thrower. Not that he's going to throw a disc on a Friday night, but he's a great football player and is going to really, I hope, show up for us this year. But good things are going to happen. The defense was leaned on last year, and hopefully the offense will pick up some and take a little of the pressure off of us this year. That's what we're looking forward to, or I'm looking forward to it.
To build on what they both said, we were definitely leaning on our defense last year. It was our strongest point as an offense. We're going to look to support the defense, and in those close games, that's what is going to take us over the top and give us a win.
Coach Reagans, this question is for you. You talk about your offense. Let's specifically talk about your quarterback going into year 2 this year. Like Mark said, the losses last year, 1-score games specifically. First game of the season, Wakulla. TJ hits a couple downfield passes. You're up 2 touchdowns in that game. Talk about his progression over the summer.
He has gotten stronger. His arm strength is up, and so instead of him having to throw line drive balls and maybe overthrowing some, he's got a little more arm strength. He's going to be able to use some touch a little bit better. I've noticed that this summer. He's really improved on that. And we got a few people around him that I think are going to make it a little easier for him. Going to have a healthy tight end finally. We got a couple wideouts that are new to our program that we're excited about to go along with the Trevor Jacobs, Taylor's little brother. But I just think Taylor's ready. He's really ready to bust on the scene. I know the print media around has already put his name out as a guy to look for, a junior to look for, and I'm excited to sit back and watch him, and hopefully take some breaths from the defense always being out there last year. We're gonna lean on those guys to give us the rest this year.
And going off of him being younger and everything, does he remind you a little bit of like Austin Danton when you were at Leon? A young, athletic, mobile quarterback who just raw talent. You just get out there and do what you got to do.
Austin was a little more in tune with just pulling it down and running with it, whereas Taylor's going to go through he's going to drop back and go through his progressions, and he's later to run. He's gonna go through his past progressions before he decides to make the tuck the ball and go with it.
All right, if there are no more questions for the Timberwolves, we want to thank Coach Reagans for bringing his team out today at Media Day. We're going to pause and take a quick break, and then we will be joined by the Florida High Seminoles.
Faster than any virus, it's fear. Now when it comes to fear, you can either forget everything and run, I said, or you can face everything and rise. I believe. And let me tell you what I believe. I believe that. I believe we gon' face everything and rise. We will win. It's not how you fall, it's how you get back up. And what don't kill us make us stronger, boy. Bet that up. Take a swing at us, you better hit hard. Cause when we swing back, it's like, oh God, it's time to knuckle up and fight hard. Now let's all buckle up and fight hard. Que Dios bendiga a toda tu familia, mi amigo, se parta mandito. Vamos a darle duro, te veo. Say with me. I believe, say with me. But we gon' win the war. I'm from the bottom, I'm that uncut, real raw. When things get tough, that's when we show up. That's when we show out. That's when we show yo. It's time to knuckle up and fight hard. Now let's all buckle up and fight hard. Que Dios bendiga a toda tu familia, mi amigo, se parta mandito. Vamos a darle duro, te veo. Say with me. I believe, say with me. I believe that we will win. No matter what, face everything and rise.
All right, and welcome back to Media Day, and we are now rounding out things with the Florida High Seminoles and their head coach, Coach Hickman. Coach, thank you for joining us here today. I'm going to go ahead and let you introduce your guys and who you brought with you today and talk about Seminole football.
Yep, I think they wanted to introduce themselves, and then we'll certainly kind of start about this year's group and tell you a lot about them.
Noah Deem, class of 25, outside linebacker, receiver.
Sam Wem, class of 25, offensive line.
Maurice Adams Jr., class of 25, D-line.
Josiah McGrew, athlete, 25.
Cole Ball, class of 25, kicker.
Josiah Broxton, class of 2025, linebacker.
Bryson Merkel, class of 25, D lineman.
Jaden Threats, class of 25, running back.
So we brought the group of guys that played and had significant experience in the 22 state championship group. I think that was what was important for me to bring up here as we enter the 24 season. But these guys have heard it a lot. It's not 22, it's 24, and our season will hinge on their ability to help us understand what it's going to take to get back to that level. The expectations never change for us. It's all about a state championship. It's about playing in December. But understanding that the season is extremely important. A district championship is extremely important. Getting home football games is extremely important. And in a state where you could argue that it's the best state in the world for high school football, you've got to absolutely be ready to play. You've got to get better as the season goes on. And so those things won't change for us. Liam alluded it. It is, I'm an elder statesman, 24 years, 20 years as a head coach, but I'm as excited, I think, as I've ever been because we've got a really good veteran group of football players, and then we've got a lot of young, talented football players that got to show up. And if those guys show up and will listen and these guys will lead, then I think we'll be playing the kind of football we need to play late in the season to get to where we want to be.
Like you said, Coach, 2024 is 2024, but what excites you the most about this 24 roster?
That they want to be good, and they want to be the best team in the state. I think that they've worked hard to get there. I think they've been very patient. We went through a lot of injuries last year, and those injuries lingered even into the spring and even into the summer. And so we've had to be patient as a football team and as a program. Really, we haven't been together as an entire team yet until Monday. We will, and everybody's healthy and everybody's ready to go now. And so this group understands the work and the commitment that it takes to be good, and yet now they're going to have to prove it. And that's a tall task when you've got to ask a group with our schedule to do that every week, but I think that I'm excited that this group is ready for that challenge.
For any of the guys who were on that 22 squad, obviously on last year's squad, you know what it takes, you know what it's been around, but what do you feel like it's going to take to get to that next level and bring that state title home to Florida High?
I would say leadership and maturity would be a very key role for us to going back to the state championship. So, yes, sir.
I just thinking back to like 22 at the beginning of the season, our defense kind of held up our offense, and I think again this year we have a young quarterback coming in. He's not as experienced, but he's a great guy, and I think our defense is going to carry through the beginning of the season a little bit, but then he's going to find his rhythm, and we're going to be really great.
I feel like a big thing that we did in that 22 state championship season, I felt like with all adversity that hit, we kept our head down and we worked no matter what happened. And I feel like we're going to need that this year if we want to carry on and get back to the state championship.
Coach, you mentioned your schedule. Oh, good.
I was just going to kind of add on to what MJ said about the leadership. You know, in 2022, they had a great senior class. You know, they really kept everybody on their stuff, you know, all of us young guys, made sure we were doing what we need to be doing. So that's kind of what we're trying to model our senior class after this year. Just make sure all the young guys know what they're doing, make sure we know what we're doing, have some great leadership.
Coach, you mentioned your schedule, and you know I'm a sap for when our Florida teams play our Georgia teams. Sure. Heading to Thomas County Central to play the 6A state champions, just how excited are you to have your guys stack up against Coach Rogers' squad and experience that atmosphere?
Yeah, absolutely. I think as a coach, for these guys experiencing that atmosphere, it's going to be unbelievable. It's playing a state championship game, in my opinion, you know, week 2. I think that there's a couple things about that. One, you have to understand it's week 2. And so where we're at and where we want to be will be two different things. And so, but these guys are excited for it. Coach Rogers got a lot of respect for him. We threw with them this summer. I've gotten to know him a little bit over the last couple years. And so we're excited about the opportunity, understanding that it's at their place. They're a great football team. We think we have a great football team and an incredible program. So it's going to be two really good teams. And our guys have to show up and they have to play. And I think, like Josiah said, they have to understand that there's going to be adversity, there's going to be challenges, and how we as a team and as a program this season in 24 go through those challenges, react, respond to those challenges will be what helps us to get to where we want to be by the end of the year.
This one's for the guys. Senior class, and as Coach kind of talked about it, you guys had the injury bug last season. There were some injuries that kind of forced some of these younger guys that maybe we would have seen this year anyways into some early action. For you guys, do you think that was an important part for those guys' development, and how have you been able to kind of take a leadership role for them and bring them along up to speed and, you know, for their first full season at the varsity level?
It wasn't a bug, it was a dinosaur. Let me be clear about that.
Well, I think it really helped those guys like get ready for this year because they have that experience from having to step up and play last year. So I think like they'll be ready to go.
I just think it was, like he said, it was great for those guys to come and step into that role. You know, even seeing where some of them were when they had to get thrown in that role compared to today, they've improved so much, and it's really just helped. Even though we had those injuries last year, those guys are going to be thrust in that role this year. And I think you're going to see some great new guys on our team.
Coach, from your standpoint as well, I've kind of asked you about this already, but, you know, it is unfortunate to get an injury, but it can be an opportunity for somebody. And now that you've had these guys in the summer, had these guys in the spring, and now you head into fall, you know, what have you seen from, you know, the first time you were able to put them out there last year to, you know, the player that they are now?
Yeah, we've gotten better. You know, you can't get better without getting some of those reps and getting that live action. But it was a tall task, and these guys are exactly right that we will be better for it. It's miserable when you watch a young man go through an injury and watching all those guys, but I don't think people understood how difficult it was for us in the amount that we had. But in turn, this year it got some of our guys ready. You know, Sam started center and is an incredible center, but only got to play 3 games there because we had to play musical chairs all year long with that offensive line. So getting guys back to their traditional spots, being comfortable, getting guys opportunity in big moments. You know, I mean, everybody in our team knew how good Jaden was going to be. These guys have had to compete against him in tackling, but when you were sitting behind Maclay and the opportunities and him being patient, there's a lot of guys like that that did an incredible job last year, but have an opportunity this year because of that experience. So hopefully it pays off, but we need more. Every coach up here sat here and said it. Depth is a key. We got to have it. You need to have it, and you need to have good quality depth to make a run. And I think that's what ultimately caught us last year was just a little bit of lack of it as we went into it, and versus in 22 when we had very few injuries. We started the same 5 guys for 15 straight games on the O-line, and that makes a difference. So, you can't do anything about injuries, but you can respond to it when they come.
Last one I have for you. As typical, the FHSA has changed some things around. You guys, new districts, new classifications, no more Metro Suburban. That experiment is done. Just, how does that change anything in your approach? Is it kind of the same thing on new teams and districts, whatever it is? How has that impacted your coaching? Is it just kind of full steam ahead regardless of who we're playing?
Yeah, it doesn't change my approach. I mean, our approach is the same thing. We have a process. Our guys are going to compete. We're going to work hard. We've got to practice. We've got to be elite in all the things that we want to be elite in. It changes who you might play. It changes your district. It changes those kind of things. So, even to the point where we were in a 4-team district and now we're back with Suwannee leaving and going up, we're back in a 3-team district. So these guys understanding that Taylor County and Gadsden County are still arguably the most important guys on our schedule right now because that's what gets us to where we need to be as a first-round opponent. And then once you get there, who you play, yeah, it's going to be different. But other people have said it. It'll change again. So it won't change our approach. But it'll change who we play, and just kind of doing the research on those teams once we get there, will be important. But again, it's a schedule that's going to ask a lot of us week to week, and these guys are ready for that. But they've got to put everything they have into 1 week at a time, as cliche as that is, to get to where we want to be.
Coach, you were a part of a very fascinating and impressive coaching legacy. Very, very impressive watching your dad receive that award. What does that mean for not only for you, but also for Florida High Athletics?
Yeah, I think it puts an incredible school that's been an incredible school for a long time in a place that's sent a lot of people and a lot of sports into a lot of places. It brings that kind of recognition to it. And it means that I think our processes and the way that we grew up, myself and our assistant coaches as coaches, watching him is right. And, if you do those things, you'll be rewarded the right way for doing it the right way. And, personally, I think it's incredible when you see the guy that you looked up to, that you wanted to be and wanted to be better than, get that kind of recognition for all the work he's done as an athletic director, as a coach of multiple sports. It was fun to see. It was a family thing. But I think it just brought, like you said, light to an incredible school. Florida High is a great place to be and has been for a long time.
Jaden, this question is for you. Last season, like Coach Hickman said, Maclay, with the injuries and everything. Let's talk about that Wakulla game. You'd probably still be running if that fence wasn't around the field. How are you going to use that game to build into this season?
I still just want to fix the mistakes that I made and just to continue to improve and build upon that for this season, this year. So, yeah.
I think we got a lot of guys like that. They're itching to put their stamp on it, yet at the same time be team guys. Jaden could have rushed for 50 yards and been happy if we won, or 250 yards and been happy if we won. And so I think this group, like I said, the reason why they're here is because they went through a year in which you had to be unselfish to do those kind of things to get to where you want to be. And this is an unselfish group that's full of a lot of talent that we're excited about.
Okay, well, guys, thank you so much for joining us here at Media Day. And that will do it for the 2024 fourquartersonline.com Media Days. We are definitely excited to kick off the regular season, which starts in just a few weeks here in the Big Bend in the capital city. So best of luck to all of our teams. And without any further ado, we definitely like to thank Dataset Ready for sponsoring Media Day here at the Tucker Center. And we also want to give a huge shout out to the Tucker Center and their great staff. We'll catch everybody on the sidelines during the season.